I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. Don't turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
Suing for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see you guys. Thanks for coming over from the live stream that we had with Little Redo and Sprinkled Donut. It was so great to have those ladies up on the panel and do a multi-stream. It was really fun. So again, a special thank you to them. And I had a lot of fun talking about Devlin's case. But before I say hello to everyone and get into tonight's live, let me go ahead and show this to all of you, because when I went back into StreamYard, I realized that there is someone in the chat that had said, just so everyone on here knows about me, I'm Devlin's girlfriend, right? And so is claiming to be Devlin's girlfriend. And Marie, if you are in here, Marie Wagner says, just so everyone on here knows about me, I'm Devlin's girlfriend. Okay. So, Marie, if you're in the chat, please come out of the bushes. Or if you would rather email me, go right ahead and do that. I have spoken with Devlin's friends before and kept it confidential, only what they wanted me to share. And I don't know if you're the same Marie that we were talking about having access to Devlin's Life 360. I would be very interested to speak with you. And I did post that on my community wall. I tried to search for Marie after and I couldn't find her. I sent the screenshot to Jessica and she told me that she does recognize the name. So, let's see what happens from here. I also have an announcement about the United Cajun Navy. So it looks like they've pushed resources over to a different group, Backwoods Search and Rec. I knew I was going to get that wrong. Backwoods Search and Rescue. And Backwoods Search and Rescue is an organization that is going to help with the search for Devlin. So I'm super excited about that. Um, I guess the United Cajun Navy had another rescue that they had to help with. And I know they're about pulling local resources. So I'm guessing that's why Backwoods stepped up. So Jessica made that announcement on the live that we did about Devlin. This one, I want to get nerdy with it. Whatever. I know that's cheesy, but I had to come up with a title. And let's do that. So I think it's important for us to go over this live, and I couldn't not have another live because of all of the information that came out recently. And there's some text messages to prove it. There's an expert to prove it. So I'm excited for sharing that with all of you guys. If you didn't get a chance to watch Nerdy Attic, if we could put the link mods in the comments, please, or in the chat. Good to see you, Chuchi. Thank you for being here, Chuchi, and Seclusion Works. Thanks for being here, guys. Joe, good to see you always. Also, Cece, thank you for being here. Miss Ann, thank you. Also, Nisi Marie, good to see you. Andrea, it's so nice to have you here. Thank you for being here. His Eyes, good to see you. And let's see who else we have in the chat. Sorry, I'm just going through you guys and your banter. Hey, Bo, good to see you. It's so nice to have you guys. Are you guys having a good Saturday? I hope so. Hey, GA64, thank you so much. That's right. We're Devlin and Sebastian's army. That is right. Yes. And that's why I wanted to go in there and watch right before I was live streaming, and I was in the bushes, and there's a guy named Carl Ferguson, but I call him Turd Ferguson. He goes back and forth between being Carl Ferguson and Turd Ferguson, in my opinion. Hey, Carrie Jackson. And hey, Kelly, good to see you. And Nancy Fleming, so good to see you. Hey, Town Chat Cafe, good to have you here. And Kiki, thanks for being here. And so, hey, Holly S. And so I thought it was kind of funny because he's like, where's the green team at? And then everybody, you know, was like, we're here, dummy. You know what I mean? Like, he's such an asshole. So that's that. That was my take today. But the chat yesterday was a good one. Although there was a lot of people still upset about this picture, which it just really blows my mind because it has nothing to do with them, right? Yet they're very upset about it. Very upset about it, right? It's quite pathetic. But with that being said, hey Gigi, good to have you. Um, I wanted to get into this because I think it was interesting. I know there's been some back and forth, but I personally think that, Nerdy and Eva did a decent job, right? Like, I don't know, could I do better? I don't know. I'm not trying to judge other creators. Even when I review, I'm just trying to kind of pick out pieces that I find interesting and talk about them, right, as topics. Little Miss Sharon, good to have you here. Thank you. So it's It's like, let's grow up, you know? Hey, TM here. Good to have you. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get into the live stream. There's two that I want to go over tonight, which get the coffee, guys. Get the coffee out. Because here's the thing. Hey, Cinderella, I want to go over. There's a piece that I'll also review at a different time about at night because it was a very weird interaction that Nerdy and Eva went through. So I think that was weird. So any chance you'd be able to host our new chief of staff to discuss Nerdy Addicts Live? He will be on the record. He's able to call in. I don't know what that means. If you want me to do a live stream about a certain topic, just send me an email. But I already have the itinerary planned. So, yeah, I'm picking out what's gone on with Sebastian Rogers, Kiki. Um, I don't have a okay, I don't know who you are at night person because I don't even have a call-in show, dude. Like I don't do call-ins ever because I'm not having drunk people call into my show. I've been a drunk person before and you get a little liquid courage and you decide to call into a live show, I mean, it's not gonna that's I'm not interested in that. So, all right. So that night, good to have you. Keep it respectful or I'm gonna boot you out. All right. So, Holly S, I don't know. I think drunk people are call into I think like any call-in shows that I've ever listened to, like you'll have drunk people that call. Is my, what from what I, experience. So, no, Maui son, Nick the Hat would just come into the chat. He's been in my chat before. He would just come in here. It's not Nick the Hat, you guys. It's maybe Nick the Ass Hat. I don't know. I'm not made up my mind about this one right here. You guys are fine to come in here, but don't be an idiot. Okay, so let's see. We have Nerdy, and I think let me go back to this because I know I put it under my posts. Oh, there. Oh, and definitely go check out this live, guys, on Devlin Tate. I'll click on it. Oh, I can never make him bigger. But either way, he was wearing the cowboy boots when he left. Black cowboy boots at that. Um, Pretty stylish guy. All right, so the first one is the Sin, right? And let me just play that. Mhm. Sorry, I don't want to play any of his copyrighted music because I have copyrighted music in the beginning of mine too. That's kind of why I always like to take these and transform them so I don't have to worry about all that. Okay. Okay. There we go. Sorry about the girl in the underwear. Uh, Central. I know. I mean, I'm fine with people being in here if you have a different opinion, but don't be a douche. You know what I mean? Like, I'm representing Sebastian. Okay, really? Go screw yourself, weirdo. All right. So, but I'm trying to be nice here. There we go. Here, let's play this part.
Many others were. We have Susan Constantine.
Sorry about that. Here.
On the backstage. We have Eva joining us from Jacksonville. 7 days sober, and with a sponsor. She's interested in asking Susan some questions tonight. I just got done from a meeting, and it was probably one of the most fun meetings I've ever been to, partly because there was a man with Tourette's who would just randomly yell, "Fuck a chip." Fuck a chip, he'd say from the back of the room. And I and many others were just in tears almost. So Susan's ready. We have an interesting live here. Not a whole lot of content tonight. Most people have already watched these interviews. What I did was submit the interview links with Sebastian's stepfather, his mother, and Seth Rogers. And Susan is on tonight. Welcome, Susan. Welcome, Eva.
Okay, guys. So I just want to pop in really quick and just say that I was, active in the chat and everything like that, even like pretty early on. I mean, before the show started, I was kind of conversating with people in the chat. And right away, like when people started coming in, they're like, are they going to do anything to Seth? Are they going to do the same to Seth? Are they going to analyze Seth? And I'm like, it's not going to be equal when one person is innocent, right? He was at his job, which is at Davidson County Prison. Now, Davidson County Prison, for those of you who don't know, is a newer facility. It was like a pretty brand new facility at that time. And so you have to, when you are a corrections officer, or if anybody has ever been, had their ass hauled into jail, you're taken in, they take the people that they've arrested in a certain door, right? And then you're booked into the jail, right? Like if you, for whatever reason, are there, and you're going to be held, sometimes they'll hold you, sometimes they'll make you pay some sort of a, bail or fine or something like that. But either way, it's all doors that they have to be buzzed in and out of, and it's high security, right? Because you're dealing with people who have broken the law, right? So they're criminals. But either way, as an employee uh, of the prison, you do have to do the same kind of thing, right? Like use your badge for everything. Sorry. Mm, I'm trying to pull up Davidson County because they had just put in a state of the art kind of facility there, right? So with that being said, it's interesting that people would be so confused as to why Seth isn't getting the same treatment as the Proud Feet, but that is because of the fact that Seth has a pretty rock solid alibi, right? I mean, unless again he can float through walls or make himself invisible and undetected by the cameras, then I'm pretty sure that we can deduct and surmise in a critical thinking style, using our brains, and say, okay, I think that if Seth was at his jobs when he was scheduled to start working, right, and then his shift ended and he was still there, then he probably didn't have anything to do with Sebastian being missing since he was at work, right? And I think the thud that Katie refers to is a manufactured lie because Katie has done that many times. And I think they've tried to kind of allude to Seth having some sort of responsibility, although they never really have any supporting evidence to back it up. So while I look for that, give me 1 second, guys, and I'll look for it. Just we'll listen here.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Susan, you and I came in contact back in 2020 before my recovery journey started. I had reached out to you. It was when Ahmaud Arbery was shot by two white men. And then shortly after, there were three African-American men who had been found hanging from trees. And we were debating whether it was suicide or a crime. I appreciate reconnecting with you 5 years later and you coming on this show. We will open up the telephone lines at the tail end of this. Susan, why don't you give everyone your background and what you do?
Sure. So I'm a human behavior expert. I specialize not only just in as a practitioner in behavioral analysis, I actually have a master's degree in it. So unlike some of the other BLF, body language experts, that are also trained, but in my background, it's more academic and also as a practitioner in the forensic science of behavioral analysis. So kind of it's a little bit different than some of the other folks out there. Been a trial consultant for almost over 20 years. I cover pretty much every high profile case there is. I've done over 2,500 national appearances, and I know you guys have done a lot too. So anyway, I seem to be the kind of go-to person when it comes to detecting whether somebody's being truthful or not.
Okay, guys, so Susan has credentials, right? She's obviously a professional, carries herself as such. And I did find this for you guys. So here we are. And I put this in one of my old videos. I mean, God, I mean, how many times do we have to go over this shit? Seriously. I mean, it's because of all the crap that these other people push out, in my opinion. And I'm not talking about Nerdy Addict and Eva. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the fucking chatters. It's ridiculous because I put this out in a video a long ass time ago, you guys. I'm sorry. It's just ridiculous. So, the Downtown Detention Center is a state of the art correctional facility and the first stop for every arrestee in Davidson County. Cutting edge technology is utilized with safety and security of staff and inmates as the number one priority. The medical unit was built to address today's complex corrections needs. It's the newest facility in our county, opened May 2020. Opened in May of 2020. Okay, Sheriff Darren Hall, right? So you mean to tell me the new state-of-the-art facility doesn't have state-of-the-art cameras, state-of-the-art everything, right? It's quite ridiculous, guys. It's quite ridiculous. But yeah, there it is for you in 2020. Hey Jen, good to see you. Hey Shadow. So here, let's get back on the nerdy.
Interesting. And we put out the information on Twitter initially when you gave the analysis. We haven't shared the PDF. I have that ready to go. As you saw, someone said, well, look, the behavior panel already did this. They said the stepfather and mother weren't deceptive. We are here for your opinion, and we respect all opinions, and we want to hear it. We know how divisive this case has gotten. And like I always say, opinion should evolve with new data. You're not stale on your education. It sounds like you have continued education. In fact, you were traveling today for that. So you are constantly learning about this field. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. I was training 75 attorneys and judges at the Marion County Bar Association. And so I did a keynote on how to detect deception, teaching them how to, or actually to learn the method in the 6-channel analysis. So I'm certified and I'm a licensed practitioner through the EIA group, which is out of England. So what I teach and what I was teaching them as well is how to identify specific signatures that are associated with deception. What I do not do is put any sort of subjective analysis in, because subjective analysis is your opinion. And really, when you're looking at forensic science, the behaviors are, if you're coding them correctly, she'll speak for themselves. So I don't have to give you my personal opinion of what I think or feel. It's if basically is if there's indicators there, those are points of interest that we're going to look at, and we're going to tie it to context.
Interesting. I would love to sit down and play poker with you because you can probably pick up on some tells, I bet.
It's definitely not in the eye accessing cues, as I've heard some people say. That whole stuff has been debunked.
Okay, guys. So I just wanted to pop in here really quick and just say that there's a certain bit of information that they're looking for within people's statements, obviously. And we've seen this a lot. We looked, I mean, over all of the interviews, I think. Deception Detective, I don't know that we've reviewed all of his on Sebastian because he's got a couple of them. But like we looked over Pat Brown, we went over Peter Hyatt, these body language and linguists and people who do statement and behavioral analysis are pretty spot on for the most part, right? Not everybody's going to be 100%, and we all know that because we weren't given the proper story. We weren't given the proper story from the beginning. So how can any of us be right the whole time, especially if we've been talking about this case for any amount of time, right? We're still trying to figure it out. We're still trying to piece things together, and every time someone else comes out and says they talked to Chris Proudfoot, he gives a different story altogether that way too. He's leaking information out to certain creators and expecting them all to fall in line with what the trauma channels have done. And obviously, that's not what this person is going to do. I mean, there's some interesting information like this person, I guess, used to work with at night because I saw Maui Sun's comment. Oh, the nerdy guy introduces himself as being partnership with At Night Intel. So he was joking around in that video, in my opinion, right? Because he did work for them in the past, and then there was a falling out and a weird phone call from Dog. I do have to say that that is a strange phone call, but I mean, I was more interested in hearing about like what Chris Proudfoot had said and that sort of thing. And I haven't been able to watch the rest of the live, so we'll watch it up here, just the parts with Sebastian. So, um, you know, but no, and he didn't say that, guys. That was when he was kind of joking around and that sort of thing. So that's just kind of what I gathered from it.
Interesting. For the audience out there, the last stream that we did was a little chaotic. My computer didn't work. YouTube had crashed. Our entire servers had crashed, and we were going in and out. So we will do a better job tonight displaying chats up on the screen. Super chats we will get to as soon as we can. Eva's working on that. We're going to jump right into it. Now, I have the PDF up on the screen here, Susan, and I guess my first question is, how do you discern sort of deceptive behavior versus these two individuals, the emotional stress that they're going through? If if a child is missing, obviously, and there's some emotional stresses. So how do you separate the two when you're analyzing?
You have to always consider the baseline, the context, and the account. So those are the three things that you always have to consider. So when I'm doing a forensic report for an attorney that is analyzing a video, those are all of the things that I put on the sidebar, which is we have to consider this was, let's say, directly right after the child was missing, or it could be that the emotion, it was due to lack of emotion, could be Botox. I mean, there's a lot of things you have to consider. But when you're considering all of these things, there are clusters that are associated with deception. So that.
Okay, guys, and I'll rewind that a little bit, but I wanted to just go ahead and show this part where we see that the Proudfoots got a 52% for their truth score, right? So that's kind of the document that we're looking at right now, and it's going to get more in depth, right? So it's just for general uses. It's a general statement analysis, right? This was done on October 17th, 2025. I struggle to put words to how it feels. The word that's circled is honestly. the amount of ups and downs, the amount of possible leads that haven't panned out. I mean, every day it's like waking up to this reality that it's actually is circled real. And I mean, Sebastian should be, oh, yeah, because it's that interview, right? So I'm gonna show you guys this, and I'm also gonna make a video to show you guys this and what the doctor's talking about here. Or I guess I'm guessing she's got some sort of whatever her creds are. I mean, she's been all over the place, this Susan Constantine lady, right? Yeah. So she's been working for a while on this case, Jen, you know? So, and good for her. Thank God for her. I didn't know people were like, I don't know everybody that's working on this case. I know I'm working on the case. I try to just stay in my own little bubble here, you know, but I do venture out. I don't have a problem sitting with a bunch of dicks, but if I have to, I kind of choose not to, especially when they want to bring up some picture that doesn't have anything to do with them. They're big mad about it, you know. Little Miss Sharon says, in my opinion, KP's face just was not showing the correct emotion for the parent of a missing child. Yeah, and I think, it's important to understand what all they're considering when they're doing this analysis. So not only did they plug the numbers into the computer, which is, I guess, their words this time, right? They plugged the words in, and the computer is, honing in on these key words. These key words are honestly, actually, home with, right? Home, searching, but I believe, right? We are. So those are the words that we're seeing pop up mostly, right? But then also she talks about the facial expressions, which are very hard to gauge when Chris and Katie do not get in front of the camera. I mean, even when they're on a panel, like Seth does, Seth is always showing his face, and I'm not going to say in my opinion because he does. I've never even seen Seth get up there with an avatar. Like I'm an avatar right now, you know how sometimes they'll show myself and, whatnot. I've never seen Seth just go on a show and be an avatar. Have you ever been an avatar, Seth? I yell like he can't hear me unless I yell. S- Seth says I don't know these people or who they're working with. Right. Yeah. I don't know those people either. They're like, we're at night. I'm like, okay. I can change my avatar to an at night avatar anytime I want. Lady Freedom's Intelligence Agency. Come on. Are you kidding me right now? Hey, Magic Star. Like what? Hey, Woman's Warrior. Thanks for being here. Hey, momming it up. So, it's just, it's just hard. It's very, very hard. Thanks, Maman, for being here. And so the overall they score a 52, but it's the interview where Katie is in the first year. So that's important. Again, the time frame in which they're watching this. Sebastian has been missing for a year, you know, in D&D. Seth, goodness sakes. So, I mean, there you have it. So I struggle to put words to how it feels, honestly. The amount of ups and downs, the amount of possible leads that haven't panned out. I mean, every day it's like waking up to this reality that it's actually real. And I mean, Sebastian should be home with us. I mean, he should be in school, he should be playing, he should be learning, he should be experiencing life. And I until we can find him and until we can bring him home. We're going to keep going everything we can do to make sure that people don't forget about him. Now, I'm sorry. I know that this is not my specialty, and I'm not trying to take over for what this lady, Susan is, way more qualified than I. But I'm just going to put it out there that when I see a statement like this, my spidey senses go off just as a regular person. We're going to make sure that we spread the awareness about him. Oh, excuse me, sorry, not that one. We're going to keep doing everything we can to make sure that people don't forget about him. Well, guess what? You are the ones that are making people forget about him, Katie, because you have paid $15,000 to SF Investigates not to talk about your son, because he's been on several different, I guess you would call it maybe a podcast, I'm not sure, but shows. One in particular was Nancy Grace. And I left her a very nasty message about it because I think it's pretty shitty that you go out there and you talk about every other case other than Sebastian's. I've heard you talk about Harmony Montgomery, but you don't talk about Sebastian. You're talking about a no-body case with Emmanuel Haro. What about Sebastian? And you feel good about that? You lay your little fishy head on the pillow at night? You're a degenerate. So she says, we're going to keep making sure that we spread awareness for him. No, you're not, Katie, because I wouldn't be leaving and going on a trip next week if that was the truth. So stop it. Stop. It's ridiculous. And nobody believes you besides people who like to get the attention from other people for being as hateful as they possibly can be. Otherwise, you wouldn't have anybody on your side. The only reason people are doing that is because they like the reaction from the other trolls. You see where I'm going with this, or do I need to speak slower? Hey, Retha Bell. 52%. They're mixing truth with lies. Right. That was kind of my take, right? I was like, so they were only half truthful, you know? And that the 52%, and this is where my brain starts going, too far into things, maybe so, right? Because I'm like, okay, well, at 52%, were they more truthful than not? You know what I'm saying? Like, even though it's like, okay, well, it's just freaking 52. You know, does Susan think Katie's lying? Yes, Carrie Jackson. Yes. Yes, she does. Hey, Mama. So, and we're going to get into more of it, but I just kind of want to point those statements out as being very fishy to me. Right. And we can go over and read this through on another live. I just want to kind of just play through what Susan's saying here too. So just a bit of my commentary, but we can deep dive this document. I think this is an important document to deep dive. And look, this is this is the first page of 15, guys. One of 15.
That's what I want to speak to, and which is what I pulled up here in the language. Now, this is a statement analysis report, and any of those kind of what I would call the deception sleuths, I think this would be really helpful for you guys to even do yourself. You can go on to Deceptio AI, and Mark McClish is the one who developed this with an IP guy that developed this app, whom I also have been in contact with many times. And there are certain words and phrases and how it is used throughout text that give us insight into how that person is actually processing information. So, for example, if someone were to make a comment about a car, and then later on they called it a vehicle. Well, that would be interesting because we'd want to know, why did they change the language, the terminology? Could one be the getaway car and the vehicle's one somebody else drove or picked them up afterwards? So this is where we really start to look at language word for word. And this is all from the person's subconscious. So, I mean, they're just rapid firing off a conversation, and, in every single word can be analyzed. So in Deceptio AI, I use this a lot in baseline. So for example, if I have a person that reaches out to me and says, I want to talk to you because I have a case that I'd like to share with you, which is my own personal story, and I'm being accused of being deceptive, or whatever it is, I get a ton of them. Little do they know, I run that story right through Deceptio AI because I want to know if their story they're telling me, just on the language itself, where do they score? And a lot of times, especially with something like this, a 52, I would have turned around and sent it back to him and said, okay, are you ready to tell me the real story? So this was, this language analysis was combining both in combination of mom and the stepdad as if it were one, because I looked at them as a unit rather than individuals. You can also break it down to per individual. I did not run dads through, bio dad, because there was absolutely nothing that I found that was deceptive in any of the behavior that I saw. On this one here, since there was so much context in it and there were long interviews, I wanted to run this through first. Now, I just want you to know that's only one channel of 6 channels you look at. So the algorithm that I'm looking at when I'm watching behavior, just kind of give you a little background. I'm looking at what we call a 327. I'm looking for 3 indicators and at least 2 channels within the 6 channels, which can combine facial expressions. It could be the voice, the content, that whether their interactional style, their body language. There's multiple areas that we're looking at, and there's 27 points of interest that are only proven, and I want to really stress this, that are only proven to be deceptive. Anything outside of that is pseudoscience. I just want to let you guys know that, because really.
And guys, I have to agree with her. And that's, I guess, what we do over here is like pseudoscience, right? We're not very scientific, but you know, we Google stuff, we try to research, you know, showing supporting evidence is always something that's important, right? Especially because I'm up here presenting thoughts and ideas to you. So if I'm trying to convince you guys or show you of my thoughts and ideas, or even, you know, artistically express that, right, through a video or something like that, then, you know, it's not very scientific, but that doesn't mean that a statement like, I'm going to bulldoze him with hugs and kisses when he gets in, isn't going to throw up red flags for even a novice.
Really, we work hard in the behavioral sciences industry to really raise the bar and not call out stuff that is not backed up by science and research. Okay. So when I looked at this, this statement, highly deceptive. Now, why? The question is, you asked me earlier, is there a way to explain it? Well, when it gets to this magnitude, they failed miserably together. So there is information within here that is really revealing, and I would really suggest you pop that up there, because I think it's super interesting for people to know what I'm looking at and why people, for example, most people, well, when they're truthful, you will use contractions. They'll say, I didn't do it, I wasn't there, instead of saying I was not there, and they didn't use a contracture. That is a very formal way of disguising the truth.
Okay, guys, so this is super interesting to me. In my opinion, this is the most interesting part right here, because let me see, what am I on? 1455. Okay. So if I back it up here, we see that this is a key, right? This is a key in this 15 pages, right? And they're popping out the words honestly, home, with, actually, searching, right? All of these, but then if we go up back up to where we were at 1455, right? We see that, and actually I might even go a little bit back. All right. So you see this, see how he's going through, or maybe it's Eva, but they're filtering through these pages, right? And this is where they're pulling up this, I believe, right? We saw that was circled. We are, who is, right? All of this stuff, right? So let's briefly, because I don't think she really goes over it, you know, but let's take a look. So on this, it says, when honestly, right? When somebody says honestly, The word honestly is not needed. People will sometimes use this word to add emphasis to their statement in an effort to convince you that they're being truthful, right? You should ask some questions in order to ascertain if the person is being truthful or has a habit of using this word, right? Because some people do use that in their common vernacular, right? They use it as part of their vocabulary. So if you guys say know me, you know that I say all the time, right? I say a lot. I do. I try not to, but it's something that happens, right? Naturally. So but if I was telling a lie and I was that could also go both ways on that. So that's an example. Actually, when someone uses the word actually, uh it always means a person is comparing two thoughts. For example, did you buy a new car? Actually, I bought a new truck. In this answer, the person is comparing buying a truck with buying buying a car with buying a truck. In the statement you are examining, look to see if you can determine what the person was comparing when the word actually is used and you don't know what the person was comparing, you then have some undisclosed information. You should attempt to find out what the person was thinking. It is possible that the person gave a truthful answer but was also thinking about something else. It may also be the person has told you a lie and was thinking about the truth, right? And we've heard Chris say actually. He's the one that I think of when I hear actually, right? Chris is always using actually with us. And I almost looked at it more of like a condescending, and maybe it's his tone that's condescending, but he absolutely does say that. And thank you so much, Jen. Thank you so very, very much. And thank you for always covering Sebastian with integrity too. I appreciate you. And same with you, momming it up. Thank you, momming it up. Yes, I just got my new shoes today, guys. I was really excited about that. So, and we're gonna do our ribbons tomorrow. It's just been a whole week and everything, and boy, it's been busy, but so glad. Thank you, Holly. Thanks, guys. You guys are amazing. And then home. Okay, so this is one word that I wasn't expecting to be circled, and this is because, of course, I'm not an expert. I'm not a computer either. But the computer didn't like this one, or maybe it did like it. That's why it circled it. Either way, the word home indicates a place of warmth and comfort. The word house is colder and sterile. I understand that, right? Or sterile, excuse me. Look to see how the person used the word home. We do not expect a victim to say they were taken to a home and sexually assaulted. Most victims will say they were taken to a house. Now, that makes a lot of sense to me as well, right? Because a home is a safe environment. A house is different, right? A house, something could happen. The house of horrors, right? So to speak. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, so much for your super sticker. You guys are awesome. Thank you. So let's move on just a little bit here, and I'll rewind this too. I just kind of want to go where he's flipping through, um, and look at what he's flipping through. Is he done flipping? No, not yet. Okay, so here he goes. So, whoop, sorry. So the word with always shows distance. For example, in the statement, I went bowling with Joe, I is the beginning of the sentence and Joe is the end of the sentence. The word with separates them. This is in contrast to Joe and I went bowling. The word and joins them together. Now, guys, I do have to say that something like this, in my opinion, you would have to consider the context and the person as well. And obviously they are looking at the context, but in the same way, a lot of people don't use proper English. So I guess that's what I'm getting at. So a lot of people wouldn't say, um, join Little Red and I, join Little Red Sprinkle Donut and I. We're doing a live stream with Jessica, Devlin's mom, right? Not everybody's going to say it like that. Some people say me, somebody will say join me and little red and sprinkled donut, right? So that to me is a little bit, in my opinion, not as solid, but you know, it is what it is. It's what this is the standard or what they're using here. The word and joins them together. The person may have used the word with and created distance between the person mentioned did not exist. Therefore, you should ascertain if the person is being truthful. If, excuse me, it may also be the person used the word with to distance themselves from a certain person or certain activity. The person might be telling the truth, but you should look to see if the distance is justified. The word with word, is a commonly used word, excuse me. It is sometimes used to make the sentence to flow smoothly. Look to see if there is a better way of saying it without using the word with. If there is a better way to phrase the statement, you should look into the way the person used the word with, right? So again, it is stating that you have to consider everything there. So um thank you, Holly. Okay. So we got personal dictionary 16. We have searching, searching, looking, searching, looking. Now, I guess this is just referring to how many times she says the word, these particular words. I'm just guessing because there's numbers by each of them, right? So again, everyone has their own personal dictionary. Certain words mean certain things to people. There are no there are no synonyms in statement analysis. Every word has a different meaning. In truthful statement, a person will usually remain consistent in his language. If the person views an automobile as being a car, he will always call it a car, unless there is a justification for changing the language. For example, he may call it a car while he's driving it. Once it breaks down, he calls it a vehicle. This person's dictionary is as follows: car, operable, vehicle, disabled. Another example of a justified change in language can be seen in the use of the word gun and pistol. An officer involved in a shooting may uh, say something like, I drew my gun and fired 2 rounds from my pistol. I then holstered my gun. The words gun and pistol may refer to the same firearm, but they do not mean the exact same thing. To this officer, the word gun probably means it is not being fired, and the word pistol means it is, right? It's been discharged. Deceptive people will sometimes not follow their own personal dictionary. Though they may use several words to describe the same thing without any justification for the change in language. It appears the person may have used some synonyms to describe the same thing. Look to see if you can find a justification for the change in language. If you do not see a valid reason for the change, this is an indication that the person is being deceptive and may be making up this portion of their story. Keep in mind, there may be a justification for the change in language, but not one you can easily see. Now, I think that's very interesting, right? Because it is looking for a justification and why they would change their language. I wonder, and I did ask, but nobody, of course, I don't think they were very much looking to get many of the comments or the, you know, questions. I was actually asking a question because I was being silly, right? Because some of the things that people were saying were like so ridiculous that I couldn't help myself, right? So maybe they didn't take me seriously, but I did, you know, like indicate that I was being serious at that point. But I wanted to know what Susan thought about Katie changing her accents from person to person, interview to interview. And so, but nobody answered nobody answered my question. So, yeah, but that's okay. I mean, I'm still wondering though, because it kind of seems like this is part of the basis, right, of statement analysis. What's the cause for the change in language is my question. And then the word but was used 18 times. It looks like it has been said that the word but stands for behold the underlying truth. No matter what was said before the word but, whatever comes after the word is most important information in the sentence. Very interesting. No matter what was said, you just listen for the word but, and then that's what you pay attention to. So, hey, Kathy, good to see you. So that's what we're seeing here, guys, in this doc. So let me just, back it up a little bit to about this part, and we'll watch.
Is pseudoscience. I just want to let you guys know that, because really we work hard in the behavioral sciences industry to really raise the bar and not call out stuff that is not backed up by science and research. Okay. So when I looked at this, this statement, highly deceptive. Now, why? The question is, you asked me earlier, is there a way to explain it? Well, when it gets to this magnitude, they failed miserably together. So there is information within here that is really revealing, and I would really suggest you pop that up there, because I think it's super interesting for people to know what I'm looking at and why people, for example, most people, well, when they're truthful, you will use contractions. They'll say, I didn't do it, I wasn't there, instead of saying I was not there, and they didn't use a contracture. That is a very formal way of disguising the truth. So there is these nuances in language that we analyze. And if you can imagine, like if on my team, I have a large team of experts that are qualified to do this, and that is that when I'm looking at a statement, this is just kind of a baseline from this Deceptio, but if you can imagine like a crime scene, right? We see them on some of these Law and Order shows, right? And you see all the pictures and all the lines, and you got them all kind of connected and who's connected to what. That is what statement analysis looks like. So when we're analyzing a statement, we are drawing correlations. We're looking for omitted information. I'm looking for glossed over. What are you not telling us? Are you giving me too much information? Are you too vague? Are you too explicit? And all of this stuff is all has been put into a technology, which is super cool, and it will sift it all for you in a microsecond. So I would suggest for anybody, if they can find manifestos or they can find statements that you can translate it immediately through Deceptio. Now they now have that availability, or you can go to rev.com and upload a video, and it will put it into a document, and then you can upload that into Deceptio, and then you can have it analyzed within a second. So I think this is super cool.
Interesting. And if there's a slide that you want me to go to, there's 15 pages here. Just let me know what page, and I'm happy to forward to that page. Go ahead.
You don't have to really look through all of them, because the whole thing is, these are all indicators in language. This is just content now. That's only one of the 6 channels, right? Just in content. They're already listed here. Where you see them mention the same word over and over and over again, or it could be, well, honestly or truthfully. And we know that that is associated with deceptive behavior, or using the words but, but, and you can literally erase the sentence in front of it, because they're literally giving you an opposition. This is what I'm saying, but they're saying something else, so you can literally erase the words before that. So you have to understand how statement analysis works, but you don't really have to figure that out, because this program has already figured it out for you.
Pretty cool. The analysis noted present tense verbs like hear, see, smell, while recalling past events. And in your experience, how reliable is that as a deception?
That's very powerful.
Versus trauma-based memory, versus trauma-based memory recall?
Well, smell is something that you're smelling in the present tense, right? Not past, like I smelt this, okay? Let me give you an example. I was sitting through the Casey Anthony trial I was there the whole time. I did multiple hits on that one. And there was a point, I'm going to bring this to home to you because you can get it. There was a point where there was an expert that was talking about the smell of the human decomposition that was in the trunk. Now, I'm going to ask your viewers out there, if a mother had heard that an expert was talking about the most grotesque thing, which is, the human decomposition of her daughter in the trunk of a car, what do you think her emotions would be? That's a question to you guys.
Eva, you followed that case, and that's your home case here that you were following.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, devastated and hysterical and tears, everything that you would expect a mom to be.
Right, exactly. So what she exhibited on her facial expression, and I sat right there, right on the side of her, saw her right there. She showed a micro expression of disgust. She went like this. Okay. Now,
wow.
Okay, that told me bringing her into recall of the odor created a psychophysiological response, which is one of the channels within the 6 channels. It was on point right within that same microsecond. So you can then correlate that expression to that content at that exact same moment. See how it works? So you have to correlate. There's a correlation. So back to this one, when you use the word smell, smell is in present tense. Okay, so people that speak in present tense of a situation, this is where deception comes in, because when you're talking about something that had happened or that you recalled, you're going to speak to it in past tense. I smelt something bad, rather than I smell something bad. That's in present tense. So you have to tie it into the context of what he was asked or what he was talking about that provoked that response, and then you create the correlation. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I originally gave this PDF to our Discord group. We work on the back end on missing children cases and more. And a lot of people, their first reaction was, well, I talk this way. I say some of these words, does that make me deceptive? What do you say to those folks?
Well, it doesn't make you deceptive until you start to count them. So just because you use that phrase, let's now take an entire conversation of where there's a high stakes situation. Would you agree that this is high stakes?
It is, yes.
Okay, so if it's high stakes, then you have a lot to gain and a lot to lose. You have a lot to gain if you're going to lie, to be able to tell that there's a lot to gain, that you'll gain the respect from other people, because they'll think, okay, well, they're telling the truth. So it's really important that they believe me, because the other side of it is, oh my God, if I'm not believed, what could this mean? They could arrest me, they could charge me, I might be, be looked at as being the person is of interest. So there's a lot to win or lose. So you also have to consider the stakes. How high are the stakes? And is it really important to you? Like, you really have to have a lot at stake in order to detect deception. So back to your question is, just to make a phrase like saying, well, I honestly don't know. Okay, you say it one time. That's really nothing. When you start to see things repeated and you start to accumulate what we call deceptive indicators in language, then it starts to tell more and unfold a story. So to the person who asked that question, that person is correct. However, when you start to add them up, the more they add up, because I'm telling you, I analyze these statements all the time. And most people, especially when they're telling the truth, are going to score around a 93.
Okay, guys, so most people score a 93. They scored a 52. Okay, and let's see why they scored a 52. This is not this woman's fault. It's not Nerdy's fault. It's not Eva's fault. It's nobody's fault besides the feet, right? No matter what a hater tells you. Let's watch.
The last time I saw my son was when he went to bed. Tonight marks 1 year since Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his home near Beach High School in Sumner County. He's 16 now, but there are still no confirmed sightings or leads in the case.
Fox 17 News' Kelly Avellino sat down with Rogers' mother, Katie Proudfoot, and the search for her son and the ongoing public scrutiny surrounding this investigation.
Green tea! A voice and an exuberant smile that have been missing for a year that Sebastian Rogers has gone without his favorite things.
Cats are the number one. He loves animals, almost all animals.
Animals, video games, books, and any chance in the pool.
He loves water. He swims like a fish.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He would have... He turned 16 and
Yeah, okay, Katie. So when we're considering the stakes, that's why we see the oh shit moment with Katie here, right? Consider the shit that she just put herself in, right? Watch that.
he turned 16 and
also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He would have... He turned 16 and he should be home for that.
But Sebastian, who has autism, hasn't been home since February of last year. After dinner at the Texas Roadhouse on the 25th, Katie says she and her son went home.
Did anything happen the night he went missing that was caused him to run away? Was he punished in any way? An argument? Just a normal night?
It was a normal night. It was a calm night.
And I also want to point out, guys, that Katie does not have any grief lines in her forehead or her eyebrows at any point in this time. Do you see that? Katie, do you have Botox? Katie, do you have Botox?
Pool.
He loves water. He swims like a fish.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He would have... He turned 16 and he should be home for...
Look at her eyebrows, yo. She has no grief lines whatsoever. Nothing. We're also paying attention to this down here. Here and here. Not here so much, but right here and right here.
That.
But Sebastian, who has autism, hasn't been home since February of last year. After dinner at the Texas Roadhouse on the 25th, Katie says she and her son went home.
Did anything happen the night he went missing that was caused him to run away? Was he punished in any way? An argument? Just a normal night?
It was a normal night. It was a calm night.
That turned tumultuous by the next morning.
When I went in his room and he wasn't there. He wasn't in his bed.
Katie says she frantically searched the house and drove around the neighborhood at 6:30 a.m. until she and Sebastian's stepfather, who says he was away for work at the time, called police.
We need you to search your properties every day.
But an Amber Alert and an extensive week-long search didn't yield one significant lead or even a glimpse of the boy on any doorbell cam video. Days later, investigators combed through a landfill 2 hours away, still saying they had found nothing.
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out?
We're not ruling anything out.
For the next year, any activity involving Sebastian's case would fuel droves of online followers and even a restraining order against one YouTuber.
There were quite a bit of people that were, sending some very...
And this is one thing I wanted to stop on too, guys. We see Chris Proudfoot, there's Katie. This is baby Faith, I'm imagining, right? And then we have Sebastian here, right? But they're young. That's when they're in California, right? But they gave no new pictures of them out as a family. Just, throwing it out there. It's weird.
Very threatening and hateful messages to us.
What would you say to those people?
Just stop.
Fox 17 News sent the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the lead agency in the investigation, a list of questions in anticipation of this story, including asking if there are any new leads, what kind of evidence detectives have vetted, and if investigators still believe there is no indication of foul play. Sheriff Eric Craddock responded in an email saying, "This is an active and ongoing investigation. We continue to work with our state and federal partners. We will continue to seek a resolution in this case."
What do you believe happened to Sebastian?
Unfortunately, over the last year, I have thought every single day, night, every moment of every possibility of something that could happen to him, where he could have gone, if he had gone with someone, if someone took him willingly, unwillingly, if he'd run away and got lost, if he'd a million different things. And unfortunately, I don't know.
She just smiled just a little bit. You guys see the smirk right there? I mean, just the littlest bit that she did.
No. But Katie and a private investigator she retained
A million different things. And unfortunately, I
mean, it's horrible. Hey, Shelley, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's like she expects us to believe her, but she's so unbelievable. There's no genuine sorrow at all.
I don't know.
But Katie and a private investigator she retained.
All right, so that's good on that. And I think that they went over the other interview with her and Chris at this time. Now, it looks like Eric Craddock was actually doing something because they did serve that criminal warrant over there to the house. And we're going to talk more about that too. It's just a lot to fit into this episode, but here we go, guys.
The fact that it was in the 50s, I'm telling you, there is something they're not telling us, and it's showing up in their language.
Hey, Twitch.
This tool, this AI tool that analyzes it, it's widely used in your community?
It is widely used within law enforcement.
Interesting. There's a good question up here. That was Deceptio. Is that how you say it? Deceptio, trained on programs like Noldis.
I'm not familiar with Noldis. This was created by originally like Shapir, who is a renowned statement analysis expert. And then Mark McClish is also a renowned statement analysis expert. So it's based on police reports and known liars of what language that they consistently use that they found. So I don't know this particular program you're speaking about. I go right to the source, who is actually the creators and who actually do this as a practitioner.
And these AI systems, just so everyone knows, because I'm in tech, they have to be trained by a professional human or a group of humans, right? It's there's a science to it. Noldis is a Dutch company that specializes in behavioral research technology. They develop software and hardware tools to use to observe, record, analyze, and understand human and animal behavior. So it's probably very similar to this. I would say that the two probably don't work together. They're very separate entities that probably are doing the same thing.
Just like you're talking about sentiment analysis. So you're trying to determine how that person is actually processing, thinking, and how their language is coming across to other people. And you can analyze that. You can do the same thing with ChatGPT.
Absolutely. People pointing out that they've caught Seth over the past couple months, a year, caught in lies, but that's not your specialty. Your specialty is reading people's linguistics and more, right? You haven't dived into the fact checking of this. You are just doing it off of your experience in linguistics and reading their faces and obviously loading into tools like this, right?
Well, I use the tool for you because this was an easy demonstration of one of the channels. So to answer your question, when you're doing behavioral analysis, we do not look at all of the context of all of the forensic evidence, okay? That will bias what we do. Because when you're watching the behavior I'm analyzing, looking for specific points of interest that are being exhibited within 7 seconds of a probe or stimulus question, that is what I'm looking at. Okay. So if because I have cases that are come across my desk and they want to tell me everything there is to know about the case, I go, I don't want to hear it because that's going to bias me. So I'm already going to form an opinion because the language will speak for itself, the body language will speak for itself, the interactional style, the facial expression anomalies that I'm looking for, profiles, synchrony, duration of moments of emotion, how long they keep their, the eye closure, rapid eye blinking, and all this sort of thing that are all tied in. I know how to time it because I have some of them has to happen in 0.3 seconds. So when you do all of that kind of in depth, you don't need anything else. So that's not my job to say, well, the evidence says this or the evidence says that. I mean, okay, well, that's good. So now we need to create some correlations.
Okay, guys. So, I mean, it's very self-explanatory, and I know it's so hard for people to understand it, but, especially people like UA Crimson Tide, well, which one did you interview? Which one did you do? And it's like, who cares? They did one for the Proudfoots, they did one for Seth, but you're not happy with that, right? Because once they found that out, then they were bitching about something else, right? And once they get the answer for that, then they start bitching about something else. And on and on and on and on. And it never stops, right? And it never helps Sebastian. And it only causes people to have a further divide, right? It's ridiculous. This is exactly what Sebastian deserved to have, is a conversation with an expert that uses a tool that we can all understand. She did this specially for all of us in order for us to understand how they would have come to this analysis, right? To this conclusion, excuse me, which analysis they used to come to the conclusion. It's crazy. Did Seth get one too? Well, yeah, he did. Well, which one? Because if it was that one's a shit one, and it's not okay with me. It doesn't count. Are you kidding me? Grow the fuck up. It's ridiculous, and I'm so sick and tired of it. And here these people are trying to put on a decent show for people, something that, we can all understand, and they're saying, where's Seth's paper? Well, I'm sorry that when Chris and Katie did this, and when they analyzed Chris and Katie's interview, that the computer probably started spitting out loads and loads of paper, just printing off all kind of shit, 15 pages worth from what we can see here. And maybe Seth's just popped out one page that said this guy's innocent. What about that? Right? You gonna bitch about that? I'm sure you will. It is what it is. Get over it.
Questions from the chat. They asked which video or interview you analyzed of Seth. I'm putting it up on the screen. It was the one done off of Court TV. What's your take on Seth's? He went on Nancy Grace to take a polygraph. First time around, his meds interfered with that process. He had to take it again. But I'm more interested in your opinion because it's not your field, I guess. What's your opinion on him denying TBI the polygraph test? So he's, TBI went to both mom and stepdad. They took the TBI analysis polygraph, but Seth refuses to. What's your take on that?
He could be skeptical. Does he have any other issues within his background? And if he is taking medication, was he on, is he a drug user or has been a drug user? All of those things. First of all, you're not supposed to do do any sort of analysis when a person is on any sort of med. You need to have that ahead of time because it is going to affect how you're going to your motor movements, all of that. That will affect it, and also too whether you're autistic, you have ADHD, all those kind of things we do need to know from a psychological point of view. So all those are important. The fact that he didn't want to do it, what I would want to know is, does he have anything in his background? Has he ever had any former convictions? Does he have a drug abuse problem? So you have to do those considerations. Remember I was talking about the reason why he doesn't want to take it. Consider this, consider that, consider this, and consider that. Now, I just want to see him when he's telling me the story. So I did look at all this because I mentioned to you prior to getting on this, yes, I'm very familiar with this case because I cannot disclose because I have an NDA, but I'm very familiar with this case and have been working this case. So I can't give you some information that I already know why I know it.
Okay, guys. So I want to pull this in really quick so we can see what they're talking about, right? Because they didn't show a clip, but because they had a guest, I'm sure. So we'll do this and show you guys this. All right.
Continue looking for Sebastian. And this morning we have a very special guest joining us on the program, Sebastian Rogers' biological father, Seth Rogers. Seth, good morning to you. And might I just start by both saying thank you and just that my heart and the hearts of all of our wonderful viewers really go out to you. The agony that you're going through, I can't even imagine. I've seen you do some interviews and I've been so amazed at how resilient you are. And you've talked about how nothing is going to make you give up hope. Tell us, please, where's that drive coming from?
My son. He's my life. He's my heart. He's not here. And I'm not complete unless I have him. So it's the drive to be whole again.
You know, I applaud you for holding out hope, being so resilient, being positive, and who knows what can happen with this investigation, and any day could be the day Sebastian comes home. From your perspective, Seth, how satisfied are you with the investigation being done by TBI?
My son's not here. They have no evidence. They haven't. Sumner County is the one that's like doing it. TBI is assisting. I've asked TBI to take it over. They haven't yet. There's just things that I don't think have been done.
What would you like to be done, Seth, that hasn't been?
I have a list of stuff, but I don't know if they've done it or not. I mean, there's been questions that have been asked, and things that have been answered. It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February.
All right, guys, I just wanted to pop in really quick there and say that I think that if the police would have done their job to begin with, we wouldn't be sitting here.
February 25th, it's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home, and Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on, he's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes. As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just doesn't make sense. And he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you leaning towards a potential kidnapping?
Anything is speculation at this point in time, because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up. His mother was the last one to see him. She's responsible for this, either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Okay, guys. I'm sorry, and correct me if I'm wrong, Seth, if you're still in here, but in my opinion, when I hear that, I hear him reluctantly saying, you know what? Sebastian wouldn't have left without any shoes on. He didn't bring any of his things. We find out from the TBI just very recently that his phone was plugged in with his money on the kitchen table. Who leaves without anything, right? Even shoes, and he doesn't wander, right? He's not the type of child that just wanders away. It's uncharacteristic of who Sebastian is to do any of these things. And his mother was the last one with him. And it doesn't make sense. I mean, yeah.
Has she been a good mother to Sebastian?
Not in my opinion. This is the third time that there's been an issue. You know, my son's come up missing now under her watch.
Yeah, that's the part that I can't get over myself, because if I put myself in Seth's position and I think about my daughter going missing from my ex-husband's house, of course I wouldn't want to think that he would ever do something to his own daughter, right? You would hate to think that. You would hate to accuse anybody of that. But when everything points straight to that, it's kind of hard, right? And at the very least, she lost their son. He was in her care. She was responsible for him. So if somebody asked me, do you think that that's a good dad? I would say no. I'd say obviously they weren't watching him. Obviously they don't know, and there's no camera footage. I mean, come on.
Time before that, her and Chris let my son get molested and raped in their apartment. And the time before that, I did a well care check because she let a known sex offender, who, yes, did their 9 years in prison, but she left my son around that person. You don't do that. If you're a parent, you don't do that. You're supposed to protect your kid. You don't put them in where they can get in any type of harm's way.
Seth, you said something very upsetting, very shocking, and I just want to go back just a moment. You said that your wife allowed your son, Sebastian, your ex-wife, I should say, your ex-wife allowed Sebastian to be in a situation where he was molested and raped?
In California. And Chris in her apartment. They let a child who was 5 years older than my son play with my son and didn't bother to check on him there neither. And he lost his innocence because of it.
Now, do you see Seth's face, right? Do you see his mouth moving? That's exactly what Susan Constantine is talking about. Watch. Just watch.
Seth, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so sorry to hear this. No child should be subjected to any kind of abuse whatsoever. Sexual abuse can be especially traumatic for a young child. Is this something that Sebastian has struggled with since then?
Yeah, finally was able to actually start getting him therapy for it last year. The fact is that they weren't doing the correct thing, clearing California. And it's just last year finally getting him help because he's a victim. And now I'm finding out not only was, he was a victim of that, he's a victim of not getting the help he needs. And, I've listened to some of their podcasts where they make fun of him, make fun of his dancing. Chris obviously has this thing about corporal discipline with him. And it's just.
See there, guys? See that? Right there. You can see his eyebrows furrowed in, excuse me.
It's not good.
Seth, I'm so
I
sorry.
need to find my son.
Right.
And he's going to need extensive therapy now to put him back on the right track.
Yes. Was Sebastian the one who told you about the sexual abuse that had happened?
His mother did. And my son did. This happened in California. So Sheriff's Department, CPS was involved. Sheriff's Department was involved there. They wouldn't give me the kid's name, his last name. But at least the only thing I was able to do there was put the detective over that case in contact with the school psychologist so that at least they could protect the other children from this child.
Right. So no juvenile proceedings commenced or anything like that, Seth, with this child. He wasn't brought to juvenile court.
Not in California. No, in California, kids 13, they're like, he's too young to prosecute. And they wouldn't do anything about the parents either.
Okay, guys, I'm going to rewind it back and I'm going to ask you to pay attention to Seth's nose at this point, right? His mouth, he's showing disgust when they said that they wouldn't prosecute. And that's exactly what Susan was talking about earlier as well. So sorry if I rewind it back too much.
Wasn't brought to juvenile
California. No, in California.
Did you see that just then? His nose, right? Disgust in his face over California not prosecuting.
California, kids 13, they're like, he's too young to prosecute. And they wouldn't do anything about the parents either.
Wouldn't do
Seth,
anything
I'm so
about the
sorry.
parents either.
I'm so sorry. My heart breaks for you for so many reasons, and this is just one more of those reasons. Tell me, please, Seth, what else do you want the public to know as people all over are hoping and praying for your son Sebastian's safe return?
That I'm just looking for him. I need people to help. I'm just one person. I can do a lot, but I can't do everything. And I have to find him.
Absolutely. You have to find him. And we will continue doing everything we can here at Court TV to help you find him, putting his picture out there, video, talking about him. And hopefully he is somewhere where he can be brought home safe to you soon. Seth Rogers, thank you so much for this talk. Thank you for sharing all of those things. I know it's not easy.
I mean, just look at Seth's face. He's like, he has a blank stare. You know what, guys? That looks like trauma to me. And also, we do see the crinkle in his forehead. Sorry, Seth. Kind of weird having you in here. And I'm like, look at his forehead crinkle, his nose. But I mean, these are the facial micro expressions that Susan Constantine was referring to. It's unbelievable. Okay, so let's continue.
And I think it's interesting. So people that are biased or think that this channel is biased, and I know who you're working with, and I don't get along with that person, but still here you are on the show because we want to hear everyone's opinion, because when it comes to a missing child, every opinion is important, at least to me. So there's some behavior, I think, from everyone that's sort of, I mean, you could say that Seth's been caught in a lie. I've had a conversation with Chris, and it wasn't a scheduled conversation. I was in Tennessee on the ground, and he had some flyers. As you know, flyers get expensive, and I had just depleted my stock, and someone put me in contact with him. We ended up talking for about 2.5 hours, and I relayed the information as best as I can. I didn't fudge it. I didn't lie. I basically relayed it without recording it. And I know that my memory is good because, you know, I have the text message thread with Chris, and did I remember this correctly? Yes, you did. Did you,
And just so you guys know, he does produce that tonight. Earlier tonight, Nerdy did a live, and he shows the text messages. I'm gonna show them to you guys shortly.
and so on and so forth. But since that, people have, you know, they've pulled inconsistencies from that case, saying what he says now differs, and people saying, well, first the dogs went to the retention pod. Well, that's not what he told me, and I'm just conveying it. It seems like everyone. Does time change stuff like that? Does time change these people's memory when it comes to something so significant? I have a son and a daughter. You know, so as an example, if TBI wanted to interview me, it wouldn't matter. I have a criminal history. I would still provide, God bless you, I would still provide TBI a polygraph. And I would do anything for my son if he was missing. I don't know if you have children. So that seems a little odd to me. And, you know, but maybe there are reasons good and sufficient to Seth that he didn't do it. I don't think they would be good and sufficient to me, I guess. But I go ahead.
What you and I would do is not what everybody would do. Not everyone that grieves is going to grieve the same either. So that's one thing you have to consider. So when I'm even looking at mom and stepdad, I could say, mom doesn't show the emotion that I would have considered as being, I'm not seeing any sort of the facial expressions that are showing sadness and grief and despair. I mean, do I find that odd? Yeah, I do find that odd. Okay. But is that enough? So it isn't. And that's the main thing that I want to get across, is that it is not just because you're looking at the language or just because he didn't take the polygraph isn't a sign of deception. There are other reasons why. It could be even the interviewer. I'm sorry to say, it could be an interviewer who, the way they're asking the question is causing a stimulus or causing a reaction. So there's a lot of things you have to consider. And that's why I keep going back down to, you have to look at this as a 6-channel analysis. You can't just point out, well, you didn't take a lie detector test. Now, if it were my child and they're missing, I would do everything I could to try to find my kids. I have two old adult daughters, okay? But on the other hand, let's say I had issues with the cops before and I've been arrested and accused, or I've been in jail. I might be a little skeptical. I may not want to do it because maybe it might come out wrong and I'm not going to take that risk. So you have to consider that.
Interesting. Let's see. I had some questions here. I think we already answered sort of the emotional pieces. In your view, does the tone suggest suppression, self-control, or fabrication performance?
Which character are we talking about? Dad?
For Dad. Well, actually, for both, if you wouldn't mind, for all parties, so for all 3 caregivers.
Okay, so Dad, when I saw him, especially when he's standing outside the police station, he's out there with the megaphone, right? He's angry. He's frustrated. It's a call to action. I want you to do something. He's calling him out, right? Now you have to consider, would you put yourself in that? I mean, and I know a lot of, when you think about arson cases, the arson might even show up on the, where the fire was. And so that they want to appear, right, that they're interested. Now, yes, you have to consider, well, is he that great of an actor that he's able to do that? What emotions would I would have considered? Anger, frustration. Would I have considered someone that was passive? No, because this is given the extremeness of it, and he didn't have any answers yet. I would be pissed, right? I'd want the cops to do something about it. So
Right.
when I look at that visceral effect that he had, it appeared to be consistent with somebody that's angry and frustrated, given the context that there was no answers. Now, when you're talking about a specific clip and he's asked to probe where he's trying to deviate from, that'll create cognitive load. That's the clip I want to see. Because when you look at it in totality, I'm seeing a guy who's frustrated, he's angry, he wants answers. He could be avoiding taking the lie detector test because of other reasons. I don't know. I always say I don't know until I know, till I look at the actual video clip, and then I can tell you, okay, I see 3 indicators and 2 channels within that probe, and then I can't explain away that what the context or the account or what his baseline is and compare it to that, then I'm going to say that's a cluster, highly deceptive. Now, that is the research, guys. That's the only one. I mean, globally, when we're looking at this from high stake situations, high stake lies, not just subjective analysis on so-called body language analysis, which absolutely drives me nuts, because most of them, if you do some research on them, have absolutely no academic background. They've read books, they watch videos, and all of a sudden they pull out certain elements and boom, they think they're a body language expert, okay? I see it all the time. So that from a behavioral sciences background, as someone that's been trained not only just forensically, but also as an academic, we need to raise the bar on how to do this stuff, because what we say to people matters. How we instruct people matters. And they take this information, they start to applying it to other things that they see. And what if they're wrong? You know, I mean, they know some stuff, but they don't know how to do. And I'll tell you why. There's only 16 of us globally that are certified and licensed master trainers. That's it in the globe.
Wow. So, I mean, this lady obviously knows a lot, right? So I want to stop here and then switch over to the text messages really quick. So I apologize for, kind of bouncing around a little bit, but I think it's important that we go over what Chris said to Nerdy, just so you guys know, because it's not like this guy's coming up here and just, saying whatever, right? He's sharing what Chris Proudfoot shared with him, right? So he's recalling a conversation, but he's done us one better by giving us some receipts. So here you go.
This is what I was told. I don't know if it's true. If it's true, great. If it's not true, we have a problem, right? But it's not my fucking problem. And so here are those receipts, okay? Tell him that I'm here in the parking lot. I start confirming data. This is the problem that I have. And I'm going to try to get to that if maybe Irina reminds me at the end. But the piece about the burner that I put out, like, I remember everything to a T, and you can see him confirm it. And I'm pretty sure that I remember the burner confirmation, the conversation. And I remember telling him that there was a honeypot that we set up with the Google ads that led us to Clarksville. And the reason I told him that was because he was telling me that a burner was connected to Clarksville. But when I posted it on Twitter, that changed, but nothing else changed. So here's the receipts for that. I'm showing him what I am going to tweet. I didn't record. I said I'm going off memory. Is that accurate? Yes, sir, that is correct. The piece about the burner that I put out, like,
Okay, guys, so I'm just going to rewind it briefly and say, here, I'm in the parking lot in front of Starbucks. Just message me when you arrive. I am here. This is Tuesday, October 7th at 3:07 p.m., right? Thanks for your time and flyers, right? Anytime, sir. Thank you for your help. It truly means a lot to us. And gray is Chris, and nerdy's in the blue. So let me go ahead and fast forward over to here. It says when law enforcement forensically imaged the phones connected to those around Sebastian Rogers, the stepfather's phone took the least amount of time. Katie's phone required slightly longer, but the biological father's phone took the longest to process. Katie's polygraph was administered without prior notice. She was driven to the station unexpectedly and asked to take one on the spot, which she did. Chris also completed a polygraph. The only person who was, the only person who has not taken a TBI administered polygraph is Seth Rogers. While he did participate in one for Nancy Grace, it included only about a third of the questions covered in the official TBI version. How would anybody know that? Right there, I would ask a follow-up question and say, well, how do you know what questions were administered to Seth and what questions are administered to the TBI? And what's the TBI standard versus the FBI standard? Because Seth took an FBI polygraph test. They took a TBI polygraph test, right? So you'd have to, I mean, there's just no way to know that without knowing, you know, comparing it with whoever administered their tests versus whoever administered Seth's, right? Um, but either way, uh, while he did participate in one for Nancy Grace, it included only about a third of the questions covered in the official TBI version. I didn't record. I am going off of memory. Is that accurate?
TBI polygraph. He's telling me that Seth only took a polygraph with Nancy Grace, not TBI. Now, people can bitch and moan about it, but that is what the person verbally told me and then confirmed via text.
All right. And this is what Chris says. Chris says, yes, sir, that is correct. Right? He says, thank you. Seth says had to take two with Seth had to take two with Nancy Grace because his first one came back inconclusive due to him being on medication and falling asleep. I forgot to tell you that. He says, thank you. Chris says, you are welcome. And then Nerdy sends him a post from Bullhorn Betty. This looks like Twitter. So Bullhorn Betty says, and if you get bad vibes off of him, then you're if you didn't get bad vibes off of him, then your investigative work is pretty shitty, just saying. And Irina says back, if your investigative work is based on vibes instead of verified evidence that says everything we need to know about its quality. Accusing a grieving parent of murder without proof isn't investigative work, it's defamation. So then it says, here's a complaint. So hold on, we'll just go ahead and play this.
Okay. I showed him the Bullhorn Betty tweet. I sent him a draft complaint in case he wanted to use it. He said he'd send it to his lawyer. Okay.
All right. So here's a draft complaint for defamation and related torts that would be filed in Sumner County Circuit Court, Tennessee. It's structured in standard Tennessee pleading format, ready for you. Thank you. I will run this by our attorneys and see what they say and think. And then the next day was October 8th at 4:21 a.m. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Chris. Before we spoke, I had already been canvassing the neighborhood and spoke with a woman behind your street who walks a small dog. She mentioned that police were there about a year and a half after Sebastian went missing, but wasn't sure why. I assume that lines up with the warrants. I'll be reaching out to the TBI for more information.
And then I get to the part about the warrants, and I tell him that a neighbor disclosed. I told him that I was reaching out to TBI, which I did. And he said, we have kept the warrant quiet. The probable cause document is sealed. Our attorneys found that out. Okay. And I said, is that the only thing you said off the record? I also will never say data or sources from you. That's not my style. If I say something, people know I vetted and trust my info. Following are off record. Warrant, Sebastian's behavioral stuff, and the stuff about the dogs. Okay. I then go forward and I start going into investigative mode. When we talked, he told me that he would provide Sebastian's usernames. Now it gets interesting. Now my spider senses start maybe tingling a little bit. And I will say, Eva can confirm this. When I got home from Tennessee, I was already struggling with this. This was not, so people saying I'm vindictive, and maybe, I'm going to have to address that with my sponsor. But the first thing I said to Eva, I said, look, this is big. I said, there were search warrants issued. Should I say anything?
Okay, guys. So, I mean, in my opinion, I would struggle with this too. I mean, it's not easy. It's a horribly disturbing case, right? And then especially when you have a person trying to manipulate you, like Chris Proudfoot is trying to manipulate the situation here, right? Because he thinks he's the smartest one in the room and no one's going to catch on to him. It's ridiculous, right? So it says here, can you provide his Switch username, any emails I can run? Did the PS even I did the PS, excuse me. Did the PS, even though it wasn't hooked into the TV, ever set up with a username by Sebastian? You're welcome. PS doesn't have a username because it was mine. I knew if it ever logged on. Okay, I knew it. I knew it if it logged on. And then the tweet about the burner phone thing, you have it wrong. I said there was a burner phone that called Seth. I didn't say that was Sebastian's burner phone. Sebastian's, here we go with the actually. See, I told you Chris Proudfoot's the one that says actually. Um, Sebastian actually phone only had one number in it that wasn't identified, but later found out it was his grandmother's number. Please correct the tweet, if possible. I think is what the next thing says.
Eva?
I don't know. I was on the fence with you too. I said, you can wait and think on it, because you can always release it later. But if you release it and then you can't unrelease it,
So I said, can you provide his Switch username? Any emails I can run? Did the PlayStation, even though it wasn't hooked into TV, ever set up with username by Sebastian? Mind you, this is all coming off of memory, off a 2.5-hour conversation, and every time I'm getting it right. He says, you're welcome. PlayStation doesn't have a username because it was mine. Notice how he breezes over the Switch information, the usernames that could be useful on the Switch. Sebastian had to have a username. He just breezes by it and then goes right to the tweet about the burner. Now he's saying I got it wrong. I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure I heard exactly what I heard and conveyed it as soon as I got into Discord. Irina and the girls started documenting everything I said. And I sort of questioned myself, and I said this last night, how am I able to get 99% of the stuff correct off of memory, but this one piece didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Said there was a burner phone that called Seth. I didn't say that was Sebastian's burner phone. Sebastian's actual phone only had one number in it that wasn't identified, but later found out it was his grandmother's number. Please correct the tweet as possible. And I deleted the tweet. Again, I'm now second guessing that because I feel like there are other powers at play here.
That would be a correct feeling in my opinion. But just, right here, so he deleted it and that's why he wants to record things. And that's another reason why I myself like to have people recorded, right? Just in case, because then if it's not coming straight from the horse's mouth, I'm recalling it from a conversation that we had. And so, I mean, to me, this is a more professional way of doing it. Sometimes, you go off of the path that you usually stay on and you learn that that's probably not always the best, way to do it. And so, I mean, I think that it was responsible on his part to reiterate what they spoke about, and then, you know, make sure that that he gets some of it in writing. That way nobody can say either or. But I found it very interesting, and it stuck out to me last night, and we'll hear it in the other live. We'll skip back to the other live after the text message part here. But I find it very interesting that Nerdy says that Chris was recording with his radar detector and has the whole entire conversation recorded, because they got into Chris's truck and started talking about Sebastian's case, right? So I wonder if it was, since they said it wasn't a dash cam in Katie's vehicle that was recording audio the night that Sebastian disappeared, it was most likely, in my opinion, probably a radar detector that was picking up audio, right? I don't know why they can't just come out and say that. It's because they're lying sacks of shit, in my opinion, but there we go.
You know, some of the math just ain't mathing.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you. One last clarity question. The radar detector was willingly given to law enforcement, yes, or they took with a warrant. My brain is scattered right now.
Okay, guys, I'm going to read this too really quick, just because I know he's reading kind of fast through it. But let's see. This might have been. Let me see. Did he skip over something or some conversation? Because it says something about Clarksville. Sorry, hold on a second. I'm just going to go back. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read the rest of it. I'm sorry. That was my fault. Thank you. He says about the deleted post on Twitter. Says, you're welcome. I didn't say it was Sebastian's burner phone. I presumed he called an unidentified number from his normal phone. Was it grandma's that triangulated to Clarksville? Which number?
Same mathing.
Sorry, guys.
Right. Neither. Sebastian's phone had a number that wasn't identified in his phone. We found out that the number belonged to his grandmother. The the burn cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of the three parents. It called Seth's phone. It doesn't need to sound like Seth's. I'm so sorry. The way that he talks in his text messages is weird. All right, let's start over. Neither. Sebastian's phone had a number that wasn't identified in his phone. We found out that number belonged to his grandmother. The cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of the three parents. It called Seth's phone. It doesn't need to sound like Sebastian had a burner phone either, because there is no proof Sebastian had one. And Nerdy says, thank you. And one last clarity question. The radar detector was willingly given to LE, yes, or they took with warrant. My brain is scattered right now. My girlfriend's ex called DCF on his own daughter because he lost weight since her aunt died. I am disgusted right now. We have to get, we have to give it to them no warrant. Or we gave it to them with no warrant. My bad. So they gave it with no warrant.
Thank you. One last clarity question. The radar detector was willingly given to law enforcement, yes, or they took with a warrant. My brain is scattered right now. We have the DCF stuff going on. We gave to them no warrant. You are welcome. This is the part where, so last night people heard Crimson dial in, and I'm sort of chuckling because she's calling in about Susan's bias. But again, I'm going to go back to barbecue, and anyone else that works, even if there's an unconscious bias happening when you hang out with someone, it's still there. And so people sort of pointing out biases and this and that, maybe look inwards. I don't know. I blocked out the number here. Her name is Crimson. I called. I didn't know who Crimson was, but it's a missing teenager. I'm willing to work with anyone to find them if they have information. Left her a voicemail. Did police show a validated video of Sebastian to Seth?
Damn, Seth. Damn says, damn, Seth says, how would Chris know a burner phone called my phone unless he was the one using the burner phone? Yeah, great point, Seth. Great catch. And yeah, it's just isn't gonna it's not gonna fly. You know what I mean? I'm kind of trying to be a little quiet. Um, but that's a great point. That is a great point. Okay. So, um, hmm, Wednesday, October 8th, 11:47 p.m. Question: if there is someone who wants to talk to you, can I give them your number or provide their number to you? I want to ask first, I believe in respect for people. And then Thursday, October 9th at 9:06 a.m. Nerdy says you can provide the contact. Her name is Crimson, right? And then left her a voicemail. Did the police show a validated video of Sebastian to Seth taking out the trash? And Chris says, yes, they did show Seth, Katie, and myself a video of Seth taking the trash out between 6:45 p.m. and I think 7:15 p.m. that night. Really? It took him a half hour to take the trash out? Okay. Okay. What a jerk. I can't with Chris. Like I don't know how this guy was able to sit with him for however 3 hours or whatever it was. Um Seth. Mm, so yeah, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So here we go. We'll let him talk.
Taking out the trash. I'm pretty sure I meant Sebastian there. Yes, they did show Seth, Katie, myself a video of Seth. He also made the same mistake, but it's Sebastian taking the trash out between 6:45 p.m. and I think 7:15 p.m. that night. Left her a voicemail. Did police show about Seth taking out or Sebastian? And that was before or after Texas Roadhouse. It was when Katie and Sebastian came home from Texas Roadhouse. Sebastian took the trash out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for spreading the flyers. You're welcome, Chris. Do I remember correctly that Sebastian hid under the car? Yes, he did.
Oh my God, he's still see, and see, this is why I was telling everybody, don't get mad at this nerdy guy. He is simply saying what Chris said, right? Because we reviewed him before, and people were like, "What is he talking about? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about." This is where he's getting all of the information, guys. And this is what he said exactly in his live stream. I don't know if he was looking at the text thread when he was talking. I don't know. He could have been. I would have. I would have used it as reference. I'd have read it right off for you guys. I don't know. But it says, you're welcome, sir. Thank you for spreading the flyers and keeping Sebastian's name out there. It truly means a lot to Katie, myself, and our families. Yeah, well, get your asses out there and do it yourselves. You're welcome, Chris. Says Nerdy. Did I remember correctly that Sebastian hid under the car? Yes, he did. Thank you. You're welcome. Neighbor's car, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh my God. I just want to, vom.
I will say that I know that the conversation was intertwined. I don't think it was confirmed that Sebastian was playing, but it was a guess that perhaps that night, as we were talking about potential scenarios in terms of what happened to Sebastian, we were talking about the neighbors. We were talking about his history of hiding when he played flashlight tag. And last night, Irina provided a video from PI that looks to be legitimate and shows people what appears to be people playing flashlight tag. So the people that came in here and said, yay, nay again, I don't know, but this is information that I'm getting from someone that should know the facts. Am I lying? No. Could I be wrong because he's feeding me incorrect information? Sure. But a liar, I'm not.
I mean, I how can you argue with that, right? I mean, he's showing everything that Chris said. Everything that he said in his live before is exactly what Chris is saying here. And Seth, I think he's referring he's Chris said Seth, but he meant to say Sebastian. I do believe that. Good morning, KJ Mac. Thanks for being here. I haven't seen TJ in here. Mimi Ma, I haven't seen her. And the FBI never was able to clear up that video. I asked as soon as I heard KP make the statement. Thank you, Seth. Yeah, I know that they're lying about that. I mean, it's very obvious. And they're still trying to push that narrative out to other creators who, they're not expecting to fact check or any of that, and this guy seems like he's at least stayed trying to figure everything out, right? So you told me this. Yes. Okay. So this is what you're telling me here. Okay. And about this subject, what about this, right? It's all in writing. So thank God he was able to do that, even if he didn't get a voice recording. It's pretty shitty that he even has to do that, and they got to play games all the time, right? Because that's what they're doing right here is playing games. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fucking idiot. Good morning. Crabtree will be joining a live stream tomorrow and wondering if you would stop by and say hi to our community and will not broach topics off the record, right? So he agrees here not to broach any of the topics that were deemed off the record and they were in agreement with, right? 6 p.m. or excuse me, what Chris says, what time I will see what I can do. Oh Lord, as if it's like, something special to have Chris grace us with his presence. Oh, Jesus. It's just narcissists drive me bonkers. 6 p.m., but will change if needed based on your availability. Thanks, Chris. So he gives them even a little bit of leeway, right? And I think that's something that is tough, especially if you're someone who plans out your lives and then he also does it with another person, right? I think they're married or whatever, or in a relationship, it sounds like. So, but still, even so, you're still coordinating a show with another person. It's extremely rude on Chris's part, in my opinion. But then again, he thinks we're all idiots. So he says, is it going to be on YouTube? Oh my lord. He says, "Yes, but I'll provide you with a Zoom link." Okay. Right? Because a lot of us we don't even stream through YouTube. We stream through StreamYard. So, um, Seth says, "Miss Lady, he has stated that he won't speak with me at all. That seems to be one-sided in itself." Really? He won't speak, Nerdy Addict won't speak with you at all, Seth? That's weird. I wonder why. I mean, like I said, I mean, I just don't, and I guess because I don't want to be a hypocrite. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been talking a lot today. I don't want to be a hypocrite, but I don't want to talk to Chris. I don't have a reason to talk to him. Now, if Katie wanted to talk to me, sure, I would talk to her. I would record her statement. Um, but do I want to talk to Chris? No. Why would I want to talk to Chris? He said that he was in Memphis. What do I want to talk to him for? Right? I mean, it's like he wasn't home the entire month of February. He doesn't play nice with others. He takes advantage of a situation. He tries to charm somebody, even if he's trying to charm a guy, right? No, I don't want to deal with that. I like working with people who are straightforward. If I find out that you're lying to me, we're done. You know? I'm dealing with that with Tamara in Devlin's case. I told her I'm done talking to you, and then she goes on Facebook and complains and says Lady Freedom hasn't responded back to me. I'm not going to. You ruined it, right? When you start lying to me and you start bullying everybody around and threatening everybody around, I'm not going to talk to you. I have no reason to talk to you anymore, right?
This is when we get into the Sunday and the Monday and then Tuesday. And by Tuesday, I feel enough disrespect with them blowing me off. I know that he's watching the tweets because he's corrected stuff. He then, Sunday, very late, almost midnight, says, question, what is it that you're going to mention on the show that may upset some folks? Saw your post and was curious. This is how I know he's also reading my post, but he's not doing a great job because I'm going to try to blow this up on the screen because this isn't my post. I'm like, that's not me. The post says, I'm going to say something that might upset some people on SF, which is Steve Fisher. There was something crucial that happened on day 2, something overlooked, and it's one reason I believe Sumner County stayed quiet. I'm not going to throw names recklessly, but I know there's something significant that we eventually come out. I find it sickening that people continue to and it gets cut off. I said, that's not from me. I don't know who wrote or posted it, but that's not me. And then he apologized for sending me that. And someone said, people send me stuff all the time and ask me questions. And someone told me it was you. That's why I asked him.
Okay, guys, so I'm just going to read it off here because it says, I apologize for bothering you on that. People send me stuff all the time and ask me questions, and someone told me it was you. That's why I asked. Come to find out they were wrong and misread it. Okay, so then he says, on Monday, he says, we'll send you the Zoom link this afternoon. Going to kick this tomorrow. If 8 p.m. works tomorrow, let me know. Right? So
They'll find out they are wrong and misread it. And then obviously the fallout where I finally just said, I want to disclose this. And I had already wanted to disclose it a week prior when I got home from Tennessee. So, Pate, what do you mean? Sorry. Pate says, nerdy, not everyone knows who that is. Oh, so you're talking about P.I. Lie. Yeah, we call him P.I. Lie, but referencing Steve Fisher. I'm going to stop for a second. I'm going to put some music, and even I will answer chat questions. We had a long discussion last night in Discord about a lot of this and theories and bias. There's also a falling out with Barbecue Lady last night. She'd called me and started giving information, confirmed that they knew about the search warrants, didn't disclose it, started solidifying dates on the search warrant, started informing me that Katie had switched the phone number after the search warrants. Now, people are all over the place on this and saying, look, Katie was being harassed and, she was getting death threats on the phone. Okay, so why didn't she change it before the search warrants were executed? And that sort of got my brain to spinning. And I thought perhaps, and I could be wrong, but I'm allowed to have my opinion. And this is my speculation that perhaps phones were tapped. That's how police perhaps got probable cause for a search warrant, right? And maybe Katie knew that when they served the warrant. I don't know. Maybe she guessed that and thought to switch her phone number. I don't know what the logic was, but I do know one thing. I've worked on a lot of missing person cases. I have interacted with a lot of mothers. Those mothers get scam calls all the time. I was working Kyle in New York when the family got a call saying, we have Kyle, and if you'd like to see Kyle, send $5,000 to this address. And it was a little, Cash App or whatever they wanted, right? And those mothers tolerate those scams and calls because every mother's hope when their child is missing, especially when they're an age that has a phone, that their loved one will call the number that they remember their mom on, right? And so that struck me as interesting. The whole thing still strikes us interesting, and it actually gets more bizarre every day when we think about what's needed for a probable cause.
welcome to Sebastian Rogers' case. Very bizarre. It's like that every day. It gets more and more fucked up. That's just the case, right? Unfortunately for Sebastian, he doesn't deserve that. He does not deserve that at all. It's actually really sad. But we can see who's pulling the strings, right? So, and I think that's really well said. What Nerdy just said is exactly what I was thinking when I heard that Katie changed her number, because obviously, that's the last number that Sebastian or that Sebastian would have known Katie to have. So, yeah. And then the more that you follow the case, you realize that it's not really bizarre. It's just that they're guilty, in my opinion. Hey, Brenda Sue.
Search warrant, when you consider that these people have said, look, we handed everything over willingly, it raises some serious questions, and it's critical information. And these creators sat on it for a long time. They sat on the information, they knew it. And I believe that they sat on it so they could maintain these relationships with parents, because there's views, there's money involved with having affiliations with parents. We see it all the time. And so to sit on that and then to come out and call me biased, to throw baseless accusations at me that I'm working with that night because I had a expert on my YouTube live channel. I woke up and I said, I'm good with that. We're gonna talk about it. And so here we are. We're talking about it, but at no point. Go ahead.
I was just going to let you know, apparently Hong is watching our live right now.
Hong, welcome. Hong, welcome. That's the other thing, is that as we talk about this stuff, Hong worked at YC News. Hong was a good guy. I had no problem with Hong. And right, if I had a bias, I should be bashing them all. I didn't have a problem with Hong. Never had a problem.
He just tweeted, "Damn, bro. You want to break the court order and make it look like you won? LOL. Okay, bro. Made us go through your abandoned property before we file, and what we find. Your sick-ass USBs. It's okay. Is with the FBI anyway. See you back in court soon, stalker." And then he tweeted me underneath it and said, "Nerdbird Mafia, check your house for secret cameras. He filmed his ex naked and the kids."
I don't even know what that means. Sometimes it's so out there that I don't even know what it means, that I don't bother. I don't care. When they find me, come serve me, and I will see you in court again any day.
Okay, guys. So I don't know if it's going to get into like the beef between at night and everything. And so let's go back to the expert, and we'll get into that too, because there's some interesting pieces to that I want to get a little bit more familiar with. So, but let's go back to the expert here.
In this analysis, which section of the transcript raised the strongest deception flags to you personally, Susan?
I think my question.
Sorry. We both have Eva had the same question, I think. So it's perfect that
The main thing for me is the contractures. We see that a lot. And there's not just one, guys. There's no such thing as one is a higher level. We look at pronoun usage, whether they put themselves into the situation or whether they avoid it. Pronoun usage is really important because most people will skip over, eliminate. They'll give you vague information, so they'll never really give you much. They won't put themselves into the event. They won't say I, me, and I, me, or we. Okay, they're not putting themselves in there. But in here, I would say contractures were one of them, and the fact that they didn't use contractures where they should have is just all it is an indicator. It doesn't mean they're lying. It's just an indicator. And unless you have a group of them in a cluster, they're nothing and shouldn't be even considered. Okay, so now let's go to mom. So I'm looking at 52 muscles in her face. Okay, so I'm a facial action coder. What does that mean? That means that I know what muscles have to fire in your face to create a certain emotion, right? Sadness, happiness, anger, disgust, contempt, etc. Now, when I hear her give her story and she's talking, I want to ask you a question. Do you see any grief muscles in her forehead?
No.
Those are little horizontal lines that come across here. This is what we call an AU, action unit. When a person is sad or show grief, their corners of their eyebrows will come up. You watch her eyebrows. They never move. They're frozen in space. They never change. So what I had to consider, does she have Botox? Does she have Botox in her forehead to where they don't move? And that is a consideration. So then you look at the lower region of the face. Now I'm going to be looking for this muscle right here to lift up and create a chin boss. This would go in.
And guys, that's what we saw in Seth's face. So, sorry about talking about your face, Seth. But I mean, that's what we were seeing there, the lower half. And then also I can see the lines in your forehead as well.
Correlation with the eyebrows coming up. Okay, that's true sadness and grief, and it'll cause these horizontal lines right here. That's the inner corner. Now, when somebody, sometimes you'll see outer corners too. That's another AU, action unit. There is nothing here, and there is nothing hardly here. So she is in a place, so either she could have considered, is she medicated? Is she on Valium or something that would slow her motor movements down to where she doesn't show the facial expressions of emotions that you would have found consistent with sadness and grief and despair? She was fairly consistent all the way through and never really changed. So that was her baseline. So the question is, when you're talking about something that's so emotional, you're going to see these muscles fire. It's impossible for it not to, because they're connected to the facial nerve and the brain. They all work together as a system. When you're talking about something sad and you say you're upset about it, you're going to show those muscles. It's involuntary. You can't fake it to make it. So the question to me is, why are those muscles not firing? And why are those grief muscles not firing? That's the big question here.
Guilty.
Interesting. Someone asked if Botox will change in analysis.
It doesn't wherever the Botox is. And I just mentioned that 2 minutes ago. I said, unless there was Botox. Okay. So the other thing.
Even with people with Botox, though, you see celebrities all the time. You still can sense some expression in somebody's face.
Exactly. And so let me tell you another thing. What I look for is the
And this is a great point, guys. And listen here, because I know Mama Bear had said something. I saw your comment, Mama Bear, about the Botox and, that sort of thing. So this is very interesting. Listen to what she says here.
Symmetry of the facial expression. Sorry, a bug just flew on me. Asymmetry. So when a person is really trying hard to lie, to tell a story differently from what they know, even if they had Botox, depends on how it was injected, right? So you will see a fight between one eyebrow and the other one. And usually when people are not being truthful, with or without Botox, you'll see one eyebrow pop up higher than the other. It's asymmetry. Happens every time. Go back and look at Anthony Weiner. You can see it right there. It's once you've been trained properly, you can't unsee it. So she didn't show any expressions in her forehead. Period. End of story. No movement in her eyebrows. Nothing. Now, I have to combine both upper and lower face so then I can get a true picture. So what I'm looking for is that downward turn. There was a moment where she would cry. There she'd get emotional. I want to look for the chin boss coming up and causing this wrinkling here. And when somebody cries, you're going to see this maybe a stretch here and then a downturn, depending on her facial structure. Then I could tell you. But overall, and I think that every mom that is out there would say, that seems peculiar. So I'm going to write that down. That's interesting, because that is what we call a face anomaly. A face anomaly is one that is incongruent with the context and the behavior and the baseline and the account of the situation. So given the account, was that the fact that there was no firing of grief muscles or grief horizontal lines up here, or a chin boss popping up or even quivering, that is considered an F1, face anomaly. So I'm going to give that 1 point. So now I'm looking for what are the other ones. So I start to cluster them together, tied to the question or the stimulus that was asked. And then I go, okay, now I've got a true cluster, and it does not, and it is consistent with the context and the baseline in the account. That is going to be a cluster, and there's high probability there was deception.
I want to back up and just ground everyone in the chat for a second. And Susan, you said you have kids. If your child was 15 and she went missing, it's been a year. Would you be able to focus on things like sex? Would you be depressed? Sort of. There's some behavior from Seth that outside of your analysis that people have watched and over the years, and perhaps chasing clout isn't the right word, but starting a YouTube channel and allegedly sleeping with creators. Me as a dad, I'm just going to say I've been in full-blown depression at points in my life, and my male organ doesn't work during that. And I've talked to therapists and others, and that's a side effect for men when depression hits. But you personally, if your daughter was 15 missing, is that something that you'd focus on?
Those are just behaviors, right? So
Okay, guys, and I just want to pop in and just say, in my opinion, I think that if somebody's in a vulnerable position, then I think that is something that's kind of normal in human behavior, in my opinion, human nature. If someone is helping you look for your missing son, there could be a trauma bond associated. And to my knowledge, the only person, not that I care about your sex life, Seth, because I don't, but the only person that I know of is, Michaela, aka supposed to be Help Me Rhonda, but she turned out to be Wreck It Rhonda. So there we go. That's it. And let's hear what the expert has to say.
Is this a behavior that he's always consistently done? Has he now jumped on kind of like the 15 minutes of fame wagon? Is there some attention-seeking behavior and using this as a way to get more attention? I don't know. But those are things that you should consider, because if you're in a court of law and you think about like a trial, if he were considered being a suspect, what do you think they're going to talk about? His behavior, getting on a podcast. And they would start pulling out all these negative things, sleeping with some of the podcasters. All of this kind of nefarious behavior is going to work against him. But does it cause him to become a person of interest? Because, we know that biomom, and we also know that stepdad allegedly took a polygraph and passed. Now, dad hasn't taken one.
Well, people in the chat are saying, so I just want to stop here so we can, again, get grounded. So I want to clarify. When I said that he hasn't taken one, that is the conversation from Chris Proudfoot to my ears. Whether or not he's taken one, people are pointing out he may have taken one. We have no official confirmation from law enforcement that I know of that he's taken it, besides him maybe saying it, or, so this is hearsay. A lot of the stuff that I've conveyed is hearsay, and I don't know if it's true for the folks in the chat. I, on that first YouTube, was conveying what he said. So I just want to clarify that piece. I will also say that as critical as I am of Seth and his behavior, I am also critical of Katie and her behavior, and Chris. One of the things that struck me is, why not tell the world that a search warrant was executed a year after Sebastian went missing? And more importantly for me, after that came out, it was learned that Katie lied to people around her about it. She had a brand new phone number. As a tech guy, I don't understand that part, because when police seize your phone, they don't seize your phone number. They have access to the back end of Verizon or AT&T to get those records. So why not just move your SIM over or move your service over to the new phone when they seize it? Instead, she called people from the new number. and said, I got a new number, I got a new phone, my phone broke. So that already sets a baseline for lying for me. Why, or the reasons, I can't tell you, but again, I am trying to find a missing teenager. I am critical of everyone around him right now. We don't know these people from Adam besides the 2.5 hours that I've spent with Chris. I've never interacted with Katie, but some of this stuff just doesn't make sense in terms of behavior. Now, you're right. Everyone is different. We've seen other cases where people have used missing children for clout, many of them, in fact. So that's nothing new to me. But I want to have clarity for the chat that for anyone that thinks that I'm biased, I have questions about all three caregivers, to be honest.
Yeah, and there's information that I know that I can't share. So, I have to leave it at that. There is a report that I have done that does identify a suspect. That has been turned into the FBI. So what they do with it is out of my hands. That is based on another program, which is called iAlert, which is how to identify a person of dangerous intent. So in order to detect deception or look for a person of interest, there are specific what they call PD pins and pins. And, I'm getting way in the weeds because, guys, I do not base anything on subjective analysis. And that's where I think that there's a disconnect here, because everything that I do has to have a foundation that's rooted in proven, validated research. Not just a written paper or white paper, but studies after studies after studies of what deceptive behaviors are. We know what they are, and we know how to cluster them. We know how to time them. Just the same way is how to identify a person of dangerous intent. There are pre-indicators of characteristics of an assailant that I look for. And yes, there was someone that we targeted. I targeted. My professor targeted. It's already been turned in. So now who that person is still unknown. Okay? So I just want you to know that I am very careful in what I'm going to share, because I am not going to say mom is guilty, dad is guilty, this one is not showing the right emotion, which is, I'm going to use words or is incongruent from sadness and grief. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Okay, I do get where she's coming from, but I want to go back to this comment really quick. I'm curious if a warrant was served on Seth after a year as well. No, dipshit, there wasn't. Okay, because they served a warrant on the house that they thought that they would have information to gather from. Just because Chris and Katie get a warrant for their house doesn't mean everybody's equal and Seth gets one too. That's ridiculous. You sound ridiculous. Your comment is stupid. And it pisses me off because honestly, there's no reason for them to serve a warrant to Seth's house when Sebastian wasn't there that weekend. Right? I'm curious if a warrant was served. Did you hear one come over the scanner? Because I heard theirs come over the scanner. It's ridiculous. Hey, Trishy. I mean, come on. And this is what they were doing constantly in that chat, back and forth, back and forth. Did Seth get one? Did Seth get one? You gonna do Seth? When's Seth's turn? Seth. It's like they're obsessed with you, Seth. I'd be worried. You know what I'm saying? I'd be a little worried about this. So that's what I was calling you, Seth. I said Ron Jeremy because Joe said it, and I thought it was funny as hell. I'm like, oh my God. And this is news. This is big news because I never knew anything about that. But it's ridiculous. for somebody to say, well, what about Seth? Did Seth get one? No. No, he didn't. And that should tell you everything you need to know. Now, stop playing dumb because you're smarter than that, I would think. Although your comment is stupid.
Person is still unknown. Okay? So I just want you to know that I am very careful in what I'm going to share because I am not going to say mom is guilty, dad is guilty, this one is not showing the right emotion, which is I'm going to use words or is incongruent from sadness and grief. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say, oh, she's not showing sadness. And if it were me being a mother, what would I do? Well, what I would do and what another mother would do are two different things. Everybody.
And then we got Susie Q 73 saving the day, right? Nerdy is taking a fresh look at this case, starting at 0, try to listen and fight for Sebastian, not each other. Well, I'll be damned. Good job, Susie Q.
Grieves differently. So I go right back down to what is the research? How can I apply it? Where's the stimulus? Where's the probe? And I'm going to start to find if there are clusters of behavior that are deceptive. Then I'm going to say, we got a problem right here. And as far as I'm concerned, when I'm looking at language, especially when I'm looking at bio mom and stepdad, gives me a tremendous amount of question. Because just in the language in itself is a point of interest because there is a lot of deceptive indicators within that language. Now, you couple it.
Okay, guys. So she said there's a lot of deceptive indicators within their language and perfectly imperfect boy mom. I thought the same thing. So I was like, Katie, I know you're in here watching from the bushes. I know I would be. So did you have Botox at the time of the interview or what? And of course she didn't say shit. You know, it's ridiculous, you know? Yeah, I don't know him very well either, Trisha. He's just a true crime creator, and then that's his girl Eva that does the show with him. So it's Nerdy and Eva, and he's like got like an avatar. You could see it talking sometimes on his screen. But yeah, it is a fresh look at things, so I'm kind of trying to, figure out what's going on. But like the chat was a lot of people that just kind of hate everybody that talks about Sebastian, or who I should say anybody who thinks that Chris and Katie have something to do with it. That's why they were giving this lady so much trouble, right? So, you know, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they're just constantly asking, well, what about Seth? What about Seth? The police aren't looking at him. Katie was the last one with her son, and there's no footage to suggest that Sebastian walked out of the house on his own. So, I mean, it is what it is.
With the incongruency of sadness and grief and what that looks like and how it's supposed to fire on the face, there is an inconsistency. So that's now, can I explain it away? Was she on medication? Has she told the story so many times that she doesn't even cry anymore? There are people that have so grief stricken that they almost can't even show emotion anymore. And I know because I've met them, especially when someone's lost someone they love. So bringing everything into context, we still have a lot of work to do on this case. And I'm so glad you're opening up the door to getting some concrete answers, but we don't have them all yet. We still have a missing child, and we have 3 people, and also whoever this person of interest is outside the roadhouse needs to be checked out. Now, is there someone else involved? Was there something nefarious going on within the family? Was there motive and intent behind it, why he was missing? Absolutely, there could be. And that's why we might see some of these indicators firing off here and there where someone is deviating from the truth or concealing or covering up their true emotion and masking and all that kind of stuff. This is where it gets very interesting.
Do you feel, Susan, so you know, load these into the AI tool, sometimes you evaluate and watch videos. Do you feel it's an advantage to watch a video, or is it more advantageous for you to have, would it, if Chris, Katie, and Seth were in this room right now, would you be able to, in real time, detect lies? And would that be more helpful versus watching a video that was already taken?
In real time, it's better. And by the way, this AI tool, this is the only AI tool I use as a baseline if somebody sends me a statement. That is not real-time analysis. Okay, when the best way to analyze a person and is true is not through a video, it's real time. That means face to face during an interview. Okay, that's what we call scans. The scans is a program that I use, is 6-channel analysis, and there's one that's where you the scans, which is through video, but the R at the end, scanner, is in real time, meaning that you are interacting with the person as an investigator, interrogator in real time. And there's nothing that trumps real time, because you know there's a huge difference in that chemistry and interaction that you have with people.
Interesting. Would your NDA preclude you from talking to them in real time?
You know, I would have to get clearance.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to let Eva ask a couple questions because I know your time is limited. This went super quick. We're on 53 minutes and coming up on the hour. So I'm going to let Eva, if she has any questions, and I'm going to open up the telephone lines for the audience to call in. We'll get a couple calls in to ask a couple questions, and then we'll wrap it up in about 10 minutes, if that's okay with you, Susan.
Sure.
All right. Eva, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I actually, well, it was very informative. So you answered my questions before I had them. But, you know, I wanted to touch on something you were saying, and I think this is important. Our chat got really heated here. I don't know if you could see it, but
I see all these icons flying around and everything.
yeah, you know, what, like Nerdy said, this is just a very, very divisive case. But something I think is really important that you touched on, people really do react differently to things, you know. We've joked about this before. It kind of made me, you guys were talking about it, you know, if my kid was missing. We've joked about it before that Nerdy cries more than I do. And it's, and it's not true. Like, you know, it's about the same, and it depends on the situation. But usually, like, when something happens where, you know, something shocking were to happen to us, he's the first one. Like, he immediately just, he tears up. You know what I mean? Goes into his feelings. Me, I'm more like, I just go blank. You know, and then I have my cry later on. So I think that's really important. Like what you were saying, like, I think that's really important for people to remember. Not everybody reacts the same. So just because somebody didn't just, you know, break down in hysterics, that doesn't mean guilt, correct?
No, it does not. And the other thing is, what I'm hearing here is, you know, we have this, it's not just here, it's literally is an issue with just being overly emotional about something. They become very passionate about something. They stand behind it. They believe they know they're right. They're totally invested in it. And when you do that, you lose your cognitive ability to be a critical thinker. And so that is, like, in my world, really a dangerous place to be. Because when you become so passionate about something, you become very emotional. Your cognitive, and so you are high emotion, low cognition. You need to increase your cognition and lower your emotion.
Okay, guys, she's about to have the call in from Crimson Tide. So, but I did want to just come in and say my opinion here. And that is that I myself am very sensitive and emotional. And I also think that she's right that a lot of times I do have to back up my emotions because I care about Sebastian so much. And when I look at his face and I think about how long he's been missing, it just breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to think about the way that he was treated by Chris and Katie, the way that he has been talked about, the way the case has been handled. It literally breaks my heart. And it then, I go from being angry, or excuse me, being sad and emotional to being angry. Right? And so I understand that a lot of people have either similar emotions, or maybe they're showing that same emotion about feeling sorry for Sebastian, but they disagree with me entirely, right? So they're passionate for their own reasons, and I respect that. I understand that. And I do agree that I've had this self-talk or conversation with myself about really understanding that I need to look at Sebastian's case more critically, right, and more analytically than I do from an emotional standpoint. But it's very difficult to distance myself that way because I'm very invested in Sebastian's case. I feel like I know his case very well. Of course, there's things that I don't know, and a lot of the rabbit holes, so to speak, that I've gone down have been because of misinformation, right? Because of what Chris and Katie have told us is not the truth. I mean, look, we were all under the impression that Chris and Katie, or excuse me, that Katie and Sebastian played games instead of went bowling because that's what they've told us this whole entire time. But we're finding out that's not true, right? I mean, there's been a lot of different scenarios in this case where they've given us a picture of Sebastian and Katie at the Texas Roadhouse, and that wasn't even from the night that Sebastian went missing, right? So there's just too many instances to named off right here, but that's a perfect example of one.
So you can think clearly. So for myself, I can remove every bit of the noise, every bit of it. And all I do is look at the evidence in the behavior. That tells the story. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. That's just this is just noise.
We got a caller on the line here, Susan. Sorry to interrupt you, but who do we have on the line?
Yeah, this is UA, Crimson Tide. So my question first and foremost is, just like in academics, when you would be, let's say, writing for a journal and you're required to disclose conflicts of interest, your NDA would be considered a conflict of interest by many people. My question is do you have any financial conflicts of interest in this case?
None.
First of all, that could contribute to your analysis.
Okay, guys, so she answers the question flat off, none, right? And, this is why I don't do call-ins, because people are pilled out, they're drunk. I should have only blamed drunk people. Okay, but this girl's pilled out. She's like, yeah, this is like crimson. I'm like, I was wondering. And then she asked her one question. The lady clearly answers it. And then she's on to the next subject. She's asking compound questions. It's insanity. I don't know. Hats off to people that do the call-ins.
Of people's deception or truthfulness when they're being interviewed.
Now, I think what you're talking about, this case or just any case, now I am generally hired by the state or the defense, or it could be an investigator, or could be a private client that says, I want you to look at some videos and give me your analysis. I only work directly with attorneys or government agencies. That's it. That's who I work with. Because why? People, if a parent calls me and they want to know more about a missing person or their son or something, they're too emotionally invested. I can't work with them. I have to separate myself from it. I don't want all the information. I have to look at just in the video or whatever it is, or the review. And then upon there, I'll say either I can help you or I can't help you. Okay, so I can tell you unequivocally, I've turned down more cases than I take because there are indicators of deception that would work against them.
Right. So you would tell your client that, the BS meter went off on you and I'm not going to be able to help you now because you're not being truthful, right? I mean, what else can she do? I mean, you're not going to bury your own client. You're going to let them know, you failed miserably on this and you're being deceptive.
Now, in this case, Sebastian, there is no money and there's no contract with them. There is no financial gain for me. I could care less. I'm just called as an expert to look at something and give them my professional opinion. And when we talk about academic, I want you to be clear. This is not by writing a dissertation paper. Okay, this is about applying. Right. Yeah, this is about applying a research vetted skill. You need to know the research in order to apply it to your practice.
Right, but if there is a financial thing that would would affect your ability to objectively evaluate that. So.
Okay, so again, she says no, and Crimson just keeps on going.
Nope. I can tell you that
And it's also so rude because maybe there were other people that wanted to call in, right? But she just keeps on asking questions and asking questions, and they're not even good questions. She's trying to catch this lady in a lie, right? She's trying to catch the lady that catches liars in a lie. And she's doing a horrible job of it. She's just just suspicious, attacking her right away, in my opinion.
How many times I've taken a case, I've reviewed it, and I said, you sure you want me to go into report? Because I don't think this is going to work on your behalf for your client. No, I don't want it in a report. Okay, good. Because we're not going to help you. We won't be able to help you because it's going to work against you and your client. So just so you know.
And I think other people in chat were wondering just before I go, but can you explain the 6 channels that you were talking about? And then thank you.
I'm going to give you a quick little.
Crimson, are you the one that Chris Proudfoot wanted me to call? Yeah. How are you?
Well, I was going to just give you some of the information regarding my, phone call.
I'm going to show you what I'm doing.
That was what I was talking about.
Can you see this board? This is here, the face, the body, the voice, interactional style, content, and psychophysiology. Within all of these categories, there are subcategories. For example, the face, I'm looking for an anomaly or a duration. Is it not fitting with what is known felt emotion episodes? Is it too short or is it too long? Like when you think about Amber Heard, her emotions were too long, they're animated. So I would have given her, the duration was too long, so she would have fallen under an F3, which is the duration of the emotion was too long. Well, for what we know is natural onset and offset of emotions and how they come on and off the face. So there is a science behind it. And I'm looking at the science and applying the principles to the analysis. So here's the 6 channels, but within each one of them, there are only certain things. So when you hear other body language experts, they'll start pulling out things that are not even a point of interest that has been proven in research as deceptive. It's just something they saw. And it's not right all the time. It's not. So I'm sorry for, having to make excuses for them, but we're raising the bar. And I'll tell you what, this is so powerful. It's accepted in the UK courts. It has passed the Dolber standard for evidence.
Well, now, let me ask you this, because you were talking about the difference.
Oh my God. Let me ask you this. And then, and then what about this? Oh, Jesus.
And when they gave, in accounts, I guess you could say, and people have a lot of times honed in on the use of the word thud, the use of the word, noise, whatever, coming from Sebastian's room that Katie was alleged to have heard or states that she heard at around 10 p.m. give or take. Now, would you say that it's more concerning?
Yeah, give or take. And you talk to them personally and you talk to them directly and you're given as a phone contact to Nerdy to talk to and you can't even specify what time the fucking thud happened? Hello? Wow. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is completely ridiculous. If somebody gave me her phone number and I talked to her for 5 minutes, I probably would block her after because this is just absolutely insane. And she can't even specify times or anything like that. But yet she's taking up all of the experts' time on a panel when other people could have had a chance to call in. And why is she calling into the panel anyway? I thought she was supposed to talk with Nerdy or his girl, right?
If the person repeats the same language consistently throughout all the interviews, because that would be a sign of having a truly rehearsed narrative that they're repeating, or by using different language to describe a sound, or maybe clarify upon being asked to explain what they meant by that. That would be give them more credibility.
All right, so you're talking about, let's just say she heard a thug, like something fell on the ground or something that was concerning, right? So
no, Katie said she heard a thud. THUD. Chris is a thug. And Katie heard a thud. Just to clarify, in my opinion.
just as that was the first initial it was, I heard this thug, right? So then if she were asked another question, well, can you describe to me what the thug sounded like? Did it sound like this, or did it sound like, something else, and give another? No, it sounded more like a thug, but it wasn't really quite a thug. It was like this. And the fact that it was still within that category, it wouldn't have been considered being outside the bounds of the same. I just explained it a little bit differently. But when you're starting to call, let's say a person as by their first name, and then you're dropping it, and then all of a sudden you call them by their first name, and then all of a sudden there was a big fight, and the two of them split, and one went home. All of a sudden that person's name now came to a she or it. And now there's this distancing away from the person you're already calling them by their first name. If you can't explain it away, like if you use their first name in the context of the event, and then you use the word she, most people would associate that, and that is considered in bounds. But then if there is a deterioration of that relationship, you may not like that girl, that woman, or that bitch. Okay, now it's deteriorating.
Boy.
Right. And I think we can go back to when Chris Proudfoot uses distancing languages and calls Katie the mom, right? The mom and the dad, because he's distancing himself away from the situation, right? Yeah, we've seen it plenty of times where they use distancing language, Katie and Chris both. We've also seen it in other cases, right? Like Brittany Gosney when she refers to her own children as the sisters of James Hutchinson, the little boy that died. Yeah, she was distancing herself away from all of her children.
Right.
Seth always usually refers to Sebastian as that boy, which I find odd, but
right.
Sarah, Aaron Reed referred to
And
John.
Seth doesn't ever refer to Sebastian as that boy. He never has. I'd like to see the clip where he refers to Sebastian as that boy. As a matter of fact, that's the perfect example of Katie. Katie says that boy, right? That boy is going to have more friends and he knows what to do with when he gets home. Talk about projection.
John O'Keefe as that body. She was still found innocent by a jury, right?
Right. There's a different threshold. It doesn't mean that necessarily Karen Reed was innocent, though. It just means that she didn't meet the legal threshold beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
But I was just wanting to clarify that regarding your motivations, and like I said,
her motivation was that Nerdy Addict asked her to weigh into this case. That's her motivation. Wow. I think her brain literally leaks out fluids.
And then also the stages, people don't just have, grieve differently. They also go through various stages of grief in different orders and it isn't necessarily in a linear order. There's 7 stages of grief. And you can always revert back to them throughout.
Right, those are feeder memories.
Okay, so what she's referring to here is Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's stages of death, of grieving a death. Wow, Crimson, you're not helping. You, I mean, I can't even believe they let you stay on this long. I think he's about to kick her.
So
That's important for people to know as well.
Well, they are, and there's a lot.
I'm gonna free up the line and I'm gonna let Susan answer.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thanks for calling in. Next caller. I just want to say, let me, if I may, if this makes sense.
I think Pebbles was probably gone now because I think she was in the chat earlier. Hey, Scranton. But I said last night, I said, hey, Pebbles, you remember that show Night at the Apollo? Those people that didn't want to get off the stage, right? But they weren't entertaining and they were doing a really bad job. So there was this big cane and they used to come out and take the person off the stage. Yeah, that's what just happened. Thank God.
I feel like when people get connected to someone in a case, that there's automatically going to be a bias. So when Crimson dials in, I already know that she's talking to Chris. There's a bond there that happens, human to human, and a bias that's created. And the same for anyone else in this case, right? It's I hate to say it, but it's a part of that. I've heard of other creators going out and having drinks with these, caregivers. That's, after 2 or 3 hours of cocktails and talking to someone, you're going to create a bond and a bias. Am I wrong?
Yes, and that's the reason why they placed Casey Anthony directly in front of the jury. And so they had a connection with. It's the reason why George Zimmerman, one of the jurors, had a connection with George because she started calling him by his first name. When you're looking at someone, you build a relationship and connection with them, you become biased. And we find that people that like you, that you have a relationship with, you tend to believe them.
Well, yeah, because why would you hang out with a bunch of people who think that you're that are lying to you, right? You're not going to want to hang out with those people. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, death and dying related products. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross wrote a book on death and dying. What the dying have to teach doctors, nurses, clergy, and their own families, right? She came up with the 7 stages of grief. The 5 stages of grief. And this is the 5 stages. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. And I'm going to share this. It's been a long time since I took psychology, guys. I actually took AP psychology. So I remember Elizabeth Kubler-Ross pretty well. But that's what it's all about, is the stages of grief, right? The stages of loss, the stages of grief and loss by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, right? The roller coaster of it, right? Of change. She has all of these things, right? And then this one's the grief and loss model, which is 7 stages. Sorry, I guess I have it right in some capacity. It's important to note that Elizabeth Kubler-Ross' original 1969 book, she included a full-page graphic depicting more than the commonly known 5 stages. Additional stages identified by Kubler-Ross included shock, partial denial, preparatory grief, also known as anticipatory grief, hope, and death excess, excuse me if I said that wrong. But again, it's all about dying, right? You're not helping, Crimson, right? You can't hang with the big dogs. You're not smart enough. You didn't go to school, apparently, because I learned this shit in high school. Here's the graph, right? Shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance, hope. right? And you can go through all of these and you can backtrack into it, right? Anybody that's lost a loved one or a family member to death understands this perfectly, because sometimes you do start bargaining. Well, what if I could have done this? I wish this could have happened. I wish that wouldn't have happened. Right? But this is what she's referring to, guys. And it's the stages of dying, not just the stages of grieving something like, oh, you're sad. No, it's definitely not pertaining to missing children either, unless your child is found and they're deceased. I mean, come on. And we actually gave that lady like how much time to ask questions, and then everybody else didn't get any time. And then, oh, just wait for the next caller. This is the reason I don't do call-ins.
So let's look at that research, okay? So, I get all of these different stages of grief. That's for a grief expert to talk about how the 7 stages of grief. That doesn't change that the fact that she's talking about something emotional and she's not showing any grief within her face anywhere. It's considered a point of interest. So now, whether somebody goes in and through a certain stage and they trigger a memory, usually when they're talking about a very sensitive part of it, you're going to see a trigger, even if it leaks out just instantaneously, and then they try to mask it. But it'll come out. You'll hear it in their voice. You'll see it in their forehead, or you might see a little chin boss or a little downward turn very quickly. And you go, okay, well, they're tapping into that emotion, right? And it was consistent with what was being shared or what she's talking about that time. Other times it is not. So, guys, this is, I'm talking for 1 hour. This is a 2-day.
And then she says, Crimson just put a message up on there, says shock is real. Okay, yeah, that's the beginning stage, right? So Katie's still not in shock. She's just quiet because she's lawyered up. Tell the truth if you're going to get up there and act like you know the case so well and you're so well connected with the Proud Feet that they want you to talk for them because they're too chicken shit, especially Katie.
It's not something you're
The
going
worst part about these are you can't anticipate the calls and when they're going to come in and cut you off. Who do we have on the line?
Yeah, my name's Carl.
Hi, Carl.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in the analysis part, but let's just look at the date that Sebastian went missing.
I'm not really interested in hearing about an expert's opinion. I'd rather give my own as he scratches his butt.
Are you aware of that?
February 26th.
I don't work with on dates or times and that stuff. Nope, that's not my work.
I said February 26th, right? I mean, February 25th, he came home and then he was reported missing on the 26th.
Well, he went missing 8 years to the very day that Katie filed for divorce from Seth. What do you think the odds of that are?
Coincidence.
Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't.
It's exactly what I've been talking about. We form an opinion, we find one thing, we got a nugget, and we want to jump on it, we want to hang on to it like a dog with a bone. And that's not the way it works, my friend.
Well, let me ask you, Carl, if you don't think it's a coincidence, what significance do you think that it holds?
Oh, that is a great follow-up question on Eva's part. Great follow-up question. Absolutely perfect, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, Sebastian went missing, and then on day 2, technically, Seth had his sister, as he claims, set up a GoFundMe. Who does that and why? I mean,
okay, that's not what she asked you. What Eva said was, what is the significance that you are seeing that we're not seeing, or that Susan's not seeing, right? What's the significance to you, Carl Ferguson, right? What's the significance to you? But then he goes, well, he got a GoFundMe. His sister put one up. That's not what she's talking about. You totally changed the subject. And that's what these people are really good at. And if you know, I mean, if they don't lose you because they're so stupid that you quit listening, then you can really figure it out that they're just, you know, going from subject to subject instead of answering a question like a normal person would, in my opinion. Because Eva asked a great question, but instead of staying on topic, he goes, "Well, what about the GoFundMe?"
I mean, he didn't know that he wasn't going to be, returned within a couple days. Why?
Are you asking me the question? Because you
Yeah,
said-
yeah. If on day 3 or whatever, why would you have
Eva asked him a question, and he asks Susan a question, but he can't figure out why Susan doesn't understand that she's the one being asked the question, right? Because Eva's the one that asked him a question, he didn't answer it, and then he asks one over to Susan and points towards her. Because right, we're gonna attack Susan. He's not interested in answering Eva's question. He just wants to attack Susan.
All right, so I'm a behavior analyst. It has to do with body language and all the 6 channels, not in the coincidences of why they do what they do. And I wouldn't know that until I interviewed them.
They asked me, and I'm going to share the recipe I used to lose 24 pounds. Okay? First, you're going.
Yeah, and I'm not really interested in this science, side of things. I'm more interested in the common sense side of things. And the day he went missing and then immediately setting up a GoFundMe, let's use our common sense here.
Well, I can tell you, just so I could give you an example, let me tell you something that was really weird. When my mother passed away, my stepfather was already packing stuff in the hospital. So now you could say, what is the coincidence of that? Why would my stepfather be packing up my mother's stuff and taking her glasses and eyeglasses and getting all the stuff packed up, and she hasn't even died yet? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. People do weird things.
We're not. Let's stay on topic. We're not talking.
So he didn't even let her finish. He interrupts her, and listen to what he says. What a turd!
About your mom or your stepfather respectfully, and I'm sorry for your loss.
It's human behavior. You can't judge because he did that this means that. X plus Y doesn't mean Z. Doesn't do it. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm still, I mean,
Carl's gone. I want to give one more or two callers.
Thank God, that is so rude. He was extremely rude to her. Well, I don't care about your dad passing away. I'm sorry that happened to you. She's giving you a prime example. Somebody has to do it, right? And he was the strong person who was thinking ahead, right? He understood that his wife was dying, right? It's a very difficult situation to be in, right? And somebody has to do it. That's what it comes down to. Right? It might seem like an odd behavior to somebody else, but someone has to be the one to do that stuff, right? I mean, and she's sharing a personal anecdote as an example of something she's been through herself that she found to be an odd behavior by her stepfather, right? And instead of letting her finish and make her point, he interrupts her and then he's rude to her. And then for some reason, they want to still keep him on the panel. Thank God Nerdy kicked him off. Because that's so incredibly rude to her, to Susan.
A chance to ask their question. Carl, thanks for calling in. Carl raises a ADHD question for me, Susan. Because it sounds like a Tennessee drawl that he had. Maybe I'm wrong, but when these tools or people like you analyze linguistics, does a drawl or an accent, does that change your analysis at all?
No, because it doesn't, it's not based on your level of education or socioeconomics. Your language is your language and your language is unique. And so your language is compared to your own language.
Interesting. Thank you. I'm going to take one more call, Susan. I want to be, you have given us an enormous amount of time already and some input. Now, everyone may not agree with that input, but a reminder again that there is no stone unturned in terms of finding a missing autistic teenager. So it is what it is. People may not like it. People may like it. This is part of being a creator. We talk to everyone. We are respectful to everyone. Again, this chat, you're allowed to swear. You're allowed to have your opinion. No derogatory comments. If anyone else wants to call in, we will give it another minute. Otherwise,
And my opinion on that too, Jackie, is I think that it's hard because it seems like a lot of the haters are usuals in his channel. So he's trying not to be rude to his audience. And I can understand that as a creator. You're not trying to, be rude to people who are there supporting you every day. But the problem is that, they're feeding him misinformation, in my opinion, and, making it seem like this is gospel. Oh, did you know that Seth slept with a bunch of creators? No, he didn't. Right? I mean, so right there, I would rather have only 20 of you guys in this chat who are working to find Sebastian than 1,000 people that are just in there to push their own shit narrative. Any day of the week. Because who needs people like that in your chat? I don't want people spouting off misinformation about anybody. That includes Chris and Katie. I mean, that's why when people say, oh, they're swingers, I don't really talk about that too much here because I don't care. I don't want to know about their sex life. But I find it extremely odd that they're running around telling creators, with 10,000 people, oh, did you know that Seth's sleeping around with everybody? Well, no, he's not. Prove it with no receipts. And then, oh, here, say this on your show. I'd be pissed if people were telling me that and, I said it on my show and it wasn't true. I wouldn't want them in my chat. Oh, let's explore what Turd has to say further. No, thank you. And yeah, he does hang out in the hate channels. And yeah, everybody, all of the hate channels were in there, right? Trying to push things, trying to say, oh, what about this? What about this? What about this? Oh, she signed an NDA. So did the people that you're friends with, but you're not saying anything about them. I know what's in the NDA because Terry Lynn read me hers over the phone. Big deal. People making a bigger deal out of that than it really is or needs to be. I've signed non-compete, non-disclosure agreements when I was in real estate. It's not that big of a deal.
guys, I will leave the floor to Eva and Susan.
Does anybody have a question?
And so we're hoping we'll get one more call in. I know the second that we start talking, we're going to hear that ring again.
There we go.
Oh,
that's not the telephone ring. That's someone becoming a subscriber, which we appreciate. We want to make sure everyone. I'm not good at this part, Susan. I suck at it.
Okay, and then also, I just want to kind of put it out there too that they have a Discord and stuff where people are probably paying to have memberships and go in there. They don't want to lose that. I get it. And I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm just saying that might have something to do with it, right? Because they're working off information of people that are in their Discord, is what they were saying earlier. So that might have something to do with it, right? Where they're like, oh, this is information coming from our Discord, and we trust the people that are in our Discord, or we've been working with them, or we know them, or we pal around with them, things like that. And so in that regard, that's probably where they want to allow for Turd to stay on the panel.
Actually, so everyone, if you guys could leave your DNA on the like button, that would be appreciated. We appreciate everyone subscribing tonight. We appreciate everyone's chat, everyone's input. We'll take, if we don't get a telephone call, we will, maybe one of the mods or Eva can post a question up on the screen so we can wrap up with that question. I would love, Susan, to have all three caregivers up on the screen talking to you. So maybe we can reconnect and see if that's something that's feasible, because a lot of this is hearsay. A lot of people are noting, well, I seen the chat stuff that I said the other night. Again, that's hearsay. That's from one man's mouth to my ears and then to you guys. I'd rather hear it directly from the horse's mouth. So with that, if anyone has questions, I will put them up on the screen. CH says, can you provide some references for validation studies, Susan?
Where do you want me to put it? I'd have to send it to you, and then you can send it to your group.
I'll send it on. So yeah, if you send it to me via email, I will post it on X after. I appreciate that. Think
They
that
go
is,
on my website too.
go ahead and give folks your website.
Yep, SusanConstantine.com. Are they wanting the white paper? Is that what they're wanting?
CH, if you want to clarify in chat, if you want the white paper, she's willing to provide that as well. And we'll be happy to share
Public
that.
knowledge.
What other cases are you working on currently, Susan? Anything interesting? Anything the true crime community would be interested in?
Well, I mean, working on, and then I can't share with you cases I'm working on because they're my personal cases. I can't divulge that on, on this podcast. But literally every case that's coming that you see in high profile cases on Court TV, those are the cases that I'm covering.
Excellent.
So just watch Court TV. I mean, I did one yesterday. So
perfect.
Yesterday was Luigi Mangione.
I have a very different training routine than most women at 46. That's how I became a contortionist past.
It's an interesting one. Everyone seems to be following as well. The real reason I had you on, Susan, is that I have about 10 questions that I have to ask Eva after this that I'd like you to analyze her to tell me if she's lying to me.
Well, I got to find out what's at stake here first.
Not really fair because I'm sick and I'm on cold medicine. So,
Roger's excuse there, Eva.
Yeah, that's the thing you have to consider, right? So, yeah, I deal with these tough questions a lot, and also you have to remember I'm in the true crime genre, so I'm one of the Crime Con speakers, and you've got followers that are they're so invested in it, and and a lot of these podcasters, like including yourself, are doing a great job and can have solved a lot of cases. Vinny from Court TV loves it because it helps. I mean, podcasters are great. However, when we have others that are, they study it a lot, they're consumed in it, and then they're trying to create some sort of connections and hypothesis without evidence in it. That's, they're drawing these correlations and they're already coming to a conclusion that goes against everything that I do. We don't draw just on subjective analysis. It's all objective analysis. Peter Hyatt's, that's in statement analysis. Peter Hyatt's analysis, God rest his soul. Yeah, he was a statement analysis guy. Is that who has popped that up there? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think this was your website is up on the screen. Thank you, Jess. Thank you for the mods for making sure this is a safe space for everyone. Thank you, Susan, for joining this evening on a Friday. I know it's time that you usually get paid for, I'm sure. So we appreciate any time that you've given us tonight. Eva, thank you for joining. To everyone in the chat, please leave your DNA on that like button. Thank you to the new subscribers. And Susan, I'm sure we'll be following up on other cases, and I'm sure I'll also have some follow-up questions for you after, and appreciate the white papers that you're going to send over, and we will share that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you where they can go very quickly to get them. Just
Absolutely.
go to EIAgroup.com. And Dr. Cliff Langsley, it's on there, the white paper. Everything you need to know is on there. You can pull up all the white papers. And you can also go on HumanTell, HUMINTELL. Both of them, I'm certified licensed trainers. So you can go in there and you can pull up all the white papers. All I'm going to do is pull them up on my computer and send them to you guys. You can get them right online.
Perfect. Well,
okay, you got them
Susan,
right there.
Be well, and we appreciate your time tonight, and we will be in touch.
You're welcome.
Guys, thank you for joining tonight. The analysis of Seth, she said there's no deceptive behavior, although I did not get a PDF. But now we know the tool she used to do her analysis, and we can run the analysis ourselves with Deceptio, right? So we can.
Which I think it's a great tool, guys. I'm going to run the statements of Devlin's family members through Deceptio myself. So we'll be looking out for that because that's a great tool, in my opinion, for all of us to use here, you know, to figure things out a little bit better, or to give us maybe a roadmap, something like that. I don't believe in anything 100%, right? But you know, it's something to consider, and it's definitely a great tool. I'm very grateful for it.
Take that video, upload it into Deceptio, and do a follow-up stream. Perhaps that follow-up stream, Kaylee Jones will be joining again. Kaylee was autistic. She went missing around the same age Sebastian went missing, and she came home later when she felt safe to do so. So perhaps those two topics we can touch on. I think, look, guys, I'm a smart guy, and I know that everyone has their bias, which is why I asked the question, right? And you start talking to families, you start interacting with them on a daily basis, you start calling them on the phone, you're going to have a bias. If you have an NDA like Susan does, yes, there would probably be a bias. I know she says there's not, but I'm going to disagree and say that there's probably a bias there. With that said, I don't care. I just don't. I don't care. This is about Sebastian Rogers. I want to get answers for Sebastian Rogers. I don't give a shit about any of the caregivers, respectfully. I'd be happy to have them come on if Susan is able to and can interview them in real time. But I just don't care about all the other noise. I don't.
I think that would be fantastic. I'm really hoping that he gets that opportunity. I highly doubt it, though, because I don't think Katie would ever sign on to do anything like this.
I know there's talk about, well, you said this and it's not true. I said what was true as far as I understood it from Chris Proudfoot's mouth. That's the best I can do, right?
And I agree with that too, because he has been consistent. Nerdy Addict has been, right? He came out, he did a live. We talked about that live, right? And he was explaining his time in Tennessee. He also said exactly what Chris told him, right? And he just conveyed that over. It's not like he changed anything or added it or took it away anything. As a matter of fact, he double checked their conversation through the text message thread, and he showed all of that tonight.
Right. If people want to question if it's true, simply text Chris. He's got a radar detector in his truck that I was sitting in that recorded the entire thing. So I'll leave it there. Eva, it's nice seeing you tonight. It's nice knowing that you are 7 days sober. I'm proud of you for getting a sponsor. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Everyone in chat and mods, thank you so much for coming tonight. And we will make sure we follow up with Kaylee Jones, that we follow up with the Seth Rogers piece. Some of this we can do on our own, and we will. So, Eva, I'll let you wrap it up. I'll say to everyone, please be kind to each other. Please keep Sebastian at the forefront of this conversation. Please understand that people gain biases by simple things in life, like interacting with people, even if it's for a short amount of time. Look at me. I interacted with him for 2.5 hours, and I almost went against the grain and didn't disclose information. And I've never done that in 5 years. So that's a perfect example. Eva, I'll let you wrap it up.
Okay, guys. So I agree with that point as well. And also, Trishy brings up a good question. I hope Susan's suspect is a known criminal with a history that has been turned over to the TBI. Yeah, and I also want to say that Susan said that she's turned over all of the information that she pulled in using the computer program and all of that, and her analysis to the FBI. So I'm hoping that that will make a difference. Puddin, good to see you. Puddin says, I wish you would watch the 1 year anniversary one where Katie said Sebastian would have been. Yeah, I showed that one earlier just to show that she didn't have any kind of facial. Well, there was nothing. I mean, not in the lower half of her mouth and the top half, of her head, her forehead, none of that. Um, none of the different facial expressions that we would typically see when somebody is grief stricken. And I think that's really huge. And we watched the interview with Seth that she analyzed. I'm going to do a follow-up video to this where I will show the interview with Katie and Chris, the one that they actually analyzed. So, yeah, Jackie. Well, I don't know who that caller is, but he is, you know, he's a jerk. He was being rude to the person on the panel, right? But that's just kind of how he is in all the chats. And he was saying yesterday, about how, oh, they better show Seth, they better show Seth the analysis for Seth, and still wasn't happy with anything. They're never going to be happy with any of it, because the truth is that any expert that takes a look at this case is going to come back with the conclusion that Chris and Katie have guilty knowledge. You know, they're just so below that. I mean, I mean, it's crazy. It's so crazy. So I'll just go ahead, and I think there's only a couple more minutes. I don't know. I think Eva says something here. Hold on.
Everyone, have a good night and be kind.
Yeah, I think you touched on something important earlier. No stone left unturned is how we find people, right? And biases will cause you to not unturn certain stones. It was fiery in here tonight, but it was fun hanging with you guys. Everybody be well.
And let's end the stream with everyone showing their green support for Sebastian, because this is who it's all about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end with an intro, and I'm gonna pop those green hearts up on there. Let's see if I can find it should be an outro, but it's gonna be an intro.
Okay, guys, we'll just watch the green hearts pop up because I think he's got copyrighted music in there. But there was a bunch of people in there putting up hearts for Sebastian, which is fantastic. In my opinion, that was really nice. So there's good and bad, indifference, right, in here. So hey, Coffee Crime and Cats, good to see you. And so, I mean, we gotta take the good with the bad, right? And especially in this case, when we're trying to figure out what's going on with Sebastian. We need to have everybody's heads thinking, right? Because even if we dislike someone, maybe they do have a good theory, right? So I mean, it really, it's mind-boggling to me that they can't just concede when an expert, says something. And I get it. I'm the same way. I'm skeptical. This part's so cute. I don't know what that's from, but that is that little baby one and his mama. So I don't know. This is interesting. I'm interested to know what you guys think in the comments. I've been reading the chat here and there. Um, you know, Yeah, I know. I do give people the benefit of the doubt. I usually get burned, Elisa. I do. And, like I said, it's not a place that I would probably hang out a lot in, because even when nobody was saying anything and they were just listening earlier, um, Carl Ferguson was just being so rude, like, oh, I wonder where the green people are. And it's like, well, I'm not. Look, and I've said it before, guys. I'll say it again, just, you know, for Turd himself, is I don't like Brittany J, to watch her. I've never watched Brittany J, right? I don't have a problem with her personally. I don't know her. She's just another creator. I've watched her lives with Seth when Seth used to go on the panel, right? Um, and I've kind of stuck up for her here and there because I don't agree with people getting bashed. I mean, it's kind of, one of those things where, you know, some people got to step off, especially when there's like all these people that are just so hard on her. I mean, and I don't even know because I don't watch her, so I don't know what they're going off on her for. I really don't, so I just kind of, you know, I mean, but I've never watched her, and I know the Green Team is part of Brittany J's thing. We're Sebastian's army here, right? Whenever I'm in a chat, I put Green Heart's army hat strong, right? Sebastian strong. Um, so, I mean, just because somebody covers Sebastian and they call themselves the green team, that doesn't mean that like I'm a part of their team, right? Or whatever. I mean, I'm an independent channel of myself. I just don't choose to bash other creators like that. I would rather spend my time talking about what could have happened in these cases, right? And I've been extremely busy with Devlin's case because so much information has come in, and I got into the case late, right? So, um, you know, I mean, gosh, it was 5 months already he had been missing when I started talking, to his family, to his mom, and stuff like that, and kind of just unraveling the story. And, if you didn't get a chance to check out Little Red and I and Sprinkled Donut with Jessica earlier, please go check that out, but that's what I'm spending my time on and I'm focused in on. Um, More so, and I can say at this point in the game, I am biased because I mean, if we're talking about it from the perspective of being very invested in the case and talking about it on the lives, going over the interviews, of course, I'm going to have a biased opinion because I know so much about the case as well, and I think that also plays into it. Also, letting my emotions take over a little bit because when I see Sebastian and I know about what's happened to his story, or excuse me, happened in his story, it does give me a very soft spot for him, right? Because I don't want him to be hurt further. I think he was hurt enough while he was living under the roof with Chris and Katie. And that's even going back to when they were in California. And that was the happiest time in their relationship, right? But things still weren't okay because Sebastian was being essayed and raped by a child who was older than him. And that's something that Seth had discussed with Court TV, right? So it's hard for me to feel bad for anyone. Now, do I feel bad for Seth? Of course I do. He's out there trying to find his kid. He's out in front of the police station. He's doing everything that he can. You know, Definite love bombing in California, Holly S. Yeah, absolutely. And then he gets her to Tennessee and it's all over, right? And Sebastian didn't get to play flashlight tag. Sebastian didn't play with the kids in the area. As a matter of fact, what they told Duchess for the missing on day one when they came up for their first interview was that Sebastian wants friends, but he doesn't have friends. He asks for friends for Christmas. We hear about that stuff. And then Katie saying that boy's going to have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home. That boy. Yeah, Crimson tried to push that one on Seth, but that was Katie that said that boy. That was Katie. Get it right. Quit pushing misinformation at those two creators because that's what you're doing. Right? And that's who Chris wants them to talk to is UA Crimson. Here, go push all the lies that you like to spout out, right? And then that way Chris can sit back and say, I didn't say that. That was UA Crimson that said that. Actually, right? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But I think that it's important to listen to every perspective, and I do find it extremely odd that even when somebody tries to bring in an expert, that it's still not good enough. And I know we kind of touched on that earlier, but I do want to kind of close out with that because it's something that's very interesting to me why even after so many, I mean, Peter Hyatt was mentioned, but also Pat Brown was another one that really saw a lot of red flags with Chris and Katie and their statements, right? So, But we have to stand with Sebastian, Jackie, and that's who it's about, right? But I mean, I'll go pass out flyers with Seth, sure. Hey, Scranton says Mike Damon. Yes, he's another one. He's another one, and I don't know if it's Damon. I might say it wrong, Damon. Nancy Grace also side-eyeing, you know? Yeah, Sandwich, good to see you. And I mean, that's the thing. It's I mean, many, 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 many people, even Vinny Politan, he's another one. He's got Vinny in the Tangents. He's a podcaster too. He's got a podcast, I should say. And every single one of those people with reputable um, you know, positions, I guess, or reputable reporters are all saying, okay, Seth seems like he's got the strongest alibi. Seth seems like he doesn't know where Sebastian is, right? And everybody has said it, over and over again. D-Man, thank you guys. Demand, thank you. Yeah, so, so when you have that many experts stacked upon each other, but then you still have people that are out there like Carl Ferguson or like UA Crimson Tide or like Clue and Cletus, because they were pushing narratives too out there. They were very upset about the score of 52%. But instead of fighting with Chris and Katie and asking them why they're only scoring a 52%, they would rather go out and be vigilantes for Chris and Katie and argue with people until they're blue in the face, even though they don't have a leg to stand on. Right? I mean, it just makes them look desperate and it makes them look like they're pushing rhetoric and agendas. And absolutely, Deception Detective is another one. I mean, we could just get a whole list together, couldn't we? You know? And then Katie saying that she doesn't want her son's name to fall to the bottom of the feed. I don't want people to forget about Sebastian, but that's the reason why I'm traveling to Tennessee is because they're refusing to let Sebastian be heard about at Pigfest, right? So she's absolutely nuts, Brenda Sue. I mean, she begged to come on to my panel. She was begging to get a link for my show. I don't know why. I don't know what the reasoning behind it was. And I told her, let's email back and forth, and she didn't want to do that. So I said peace to her. I'm like, I'm not going to fight with you, and I'm not going to do what you want me to do. We're going to do it in a way where we both cover our asses, right? Because I'm not getting on a phone call with you. No, I'm not going to have you up on my panel to disrespect me in my own house. No, ma'am. That'll never happen, right? So, but I have an email from her where she wanted to talk with me, and then she said, "Will you just tell me what you think and I'll play it on my show?" And I said, "No." I said, "We can talk back and forth through the email, but they don't play fair, you guys. They're never going to play fair. They're going to always go for vulnerable people that they think they can take advantage of, right? And yes, I am more neutral, right? Because I try to stay, as Susan was talking about, in that position where I don't let my emotions drive my thoughts. Where I look at this I'm critically thinking, I'm analyzing information rather than just going off of pure emotion. Because, when I see a father standing outside of a police station begging for answers, it does get my heart. It does, right? And then it makes me feel for Seth, right? When I typically maybe wouldn't, right? I might feel for his situation, but it becomes a little bit more personal to me. And I think about how I would feel if I was standing outside of a courthouse, excuse me, police station by myself, begging for answers. And then we have Jeff and Jen who were standing out there with him. Thank God. And then we had others that came and stood with Seth. That's what you do when somebody is in peril. That's what you do. You stand next to them and you say, I'm here with you. You don't turn around and make fun of them, especially when that child went missing from your house. How dare you? And yeah, a house. It wasn't a home. It was not a home. It was a house of horror. In my opinion, Sebastian lived walking on eggshells. And for any of you out there, I know there's a lot of you, any of us who have had to deal with that and live like that, it's not fun. Talk about trauma. Katie's a grown ass woman. She can go get help for her trauma. Chris is a grown ass man. He can go get help for his narcissism. Whatever poor little Chrissy's problem is. Same thing goes for Katie. But I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here and allow for Sebastian to fall through the cracks because I'm too worried about hurting Chris and Katie's feelings. Because the last time I checked, when I did my video comparison, I compared both Chris and Seth to this picture. And Seth never had a problem with it. No, he did not, because he understood that I'm just doing my job and making sure that I look at everyone involved. Everyone, including him. Right? Because that's leaving no stone unturned. Right? Even though I know he was in a pretty much a brand new, like it was 4 years old. They had built that Davidson County Jail 4 years. 2020 it was built. Right? And he was there at work. Even though I know he was there at work and he would have had to buzz out and he was on camera all night and da 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 da, he would have had to use his badge to get out the garage, da 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 da. I still compared it. I still compared it. And he had no problem with it. It wasn't, oh my God, Lady Freedom, I can't believe you're doing this to me. What are you doing? No, he's not that way. He doesn't tell people how to run their show. He certainly doesn't sleep with all of us. I mean, many of us have significant others, you know? So no, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, I feel sorry that he's got two people who are out and that's where his child was missing from and there's no accountability. Chris and Katie should be held accountable for losing Sebastian from their home. If there's no camera footage of that kid walking out on his own, then what happened to him? It's just, there's your common sense, right? That's all it takes, you know? He does seem to add a sexual component to things, and it's weird, right? I mean, if you want to talk about somebody and their junk not working, maybe let's talk about the fact that Chris was flirting with women from Court TV, and the Court TV lady told on him. But nobody brought that up yesterday. Well, I'm going to bring it up right now. Chris is a horn dog. That's a known fact on the YouTube streets that Chris is a horn dog. He's a horn dog, corn dog. And I've called him a horn dog, corn dog here plenty of times. You know? That's why I was teasing Seth. I'm like, oh yeah, he's the Hugh Hefner of YouTube. And then Joe says he's Ron Jeremy. And I said, oh, that's even better. And then Seth says everybody calls me, the inmates would call me Ron Jeremy because of my mustache. And I think that's hilarious, you know? But at the end of the day, it's like, you know, Seth can take it in stride and he could keep looking for Sebastian and, joke around about it, or he could get upset like Chris and act like a total ignorant fool. Right? But that's the difference. That's the difference. So, I mean, that's just where I stand on things. It's like, he's the one doing all that nasty stuff, and then they're blaming it on Seth as if he did it. I didn't hear Seth trying to sleep with anybody on a video recorder. Chris said it to Terry Lynn how many times during the phone call? We should have done this in person. Gross. You're disgusting. Oh, we should have done this in person. He said that to her at least twice. Right? Well, you couldn't handle me. Yeah, while Katie's asleep. Maybe they need to listen to that interview, or if she hasn't taken it down. Right? And then Terry Lynn, well, you couldn't handle me. I can go all night. And then he's like, oh, it's disgusting. Oh, and the My Dingling song, Holly S. Yeah. It seemed like that group would, maybe they would watch Queen Bee. So I don't know if they've ever seen that interview, but why aren't they sending the Queen Bee interview over to them and saying, listen to this interview? Why? Because Chris and Katie talk on the panel about how Sebastian smells, right? Mom, is he wearing deodorant? I mean, I'm trying. There, that's exact quote. That's what she sounded like too. And then everything Sebastian likes is stupid. The stupid Swiss cheese, right? Stupid cake pops. Yeah. And then Chris. Oh, I taught him about a song called My Dingling by Chuck Berry, talking about playing with your dingling. And then they wonder why Sebastian was allegedly, according to them, doing that. And that's why Katie didn't want to go check on him because he might have been doing that in his bedroom. I mean, it's a lot of information and a lot of interviews to go over, but I really hope they decide to do that because that's the only way they're truly going to understand and know what's going on. And to be quite honest, I took out every bit of commentary and all I did was put Katie's, and I have a video up of that, of Queen Bee, of just Katie and Chris talking on the panel from the time Katie gets up there until the time she gets down. And it was this. The last time Mama Foot spoke publicly, May 23rd, 2024 on Queen Bee. Right? And that was before the 1-year anniversary interviews where she did one by herself and then she did one with Chris Proudfoot. I wouldn't blame him for running away either, Scranton. And as a matter of fact, in the very beginning, I did a video and I said that. I said, he had reasons to run away, but I don't think he did if there's no proof that he did. All the windows and doors were locked. Doors locked from, both, you could lock them from the outside. You can't do that with windows. So if Sebastian didn't go out the front door, he would have went out one of his windows, right? Or one of the windows. But everything was locked. That's a major issue. You know? Oh, I believe that too. I think he's a dirty little a dirty little monkey. Oh gosh. Ain't nothing but a hound dog. Jackie T. But yeah, I'm staying open-minded. I'm hoping that something good comes out of this, and maybe it'll get Chris and Katie up on the panel to talk to Susan, and hopefully Seth goes too, because that was the one thing too I was saying in the chat. I'm like, look at Seth. I want people to look at Seth too, so then nobody can say that they didn't, right? And I'm not worried about it. It's not like, oh no, I wonder what they're going to find out about Seth. Oh gosh, no, don't look at him. It's not the same. That's what you guys are doing for Chris and Katie. That's not what we do over here. And it certainly isn't what I do. Because I'm here to tell you, I want to find Sebastian. And if the evidence led me to Seth, then I would be asking Seth the same questions that I would ask Katie. I'm not giving him special treatment. I just appreciate that he says, thank you for covering my son's case. Right? And if I've asked Seth a question in chat, he's answered it. Right? He's even come in sometimes and said, no, Miss Lady, that's wrong. And I appreciate that. I don't want to come up here and get it wrong. I'm like, it's not like I can't wait for my live until I can tell everybody something wrong. No, it's embarrassing. I don't want to, but I mean, we'll fix it. And it's not, the end of the world. There's a solution for everything. Oh, hey, little Miss Sharon, that's a little monkey. He's a dirty little monkey. Oh boy. Well, throw him in the car wash. Oh, I know. And he was doing that with the greasy mullet, I think, Scranton. If I remember correctly, and I have my time frame correct, I think he had a mullet when he was hitting on the court TV lady, and she probably said, that mullet man over there is hitting on me, and I don't like it. Tofu sushi, yes. Yes. Oh, Shonda, yeah, Shonda Vander Ark. I know, I don't even know how to say her name right. Yeah, big time. That lady was, and talk about someone who's super duper intelligent. Shonda Vander Ark, she put herself through like law school. She was like the top of her class, and she just turned out to be a real shit bum, though, so um little pigtail on his forehead. Scram. Now that one was in the Chronicles of Olivia here, and then also he had the gray tail in the America's Most Wanted. So um yeah, she did enjoy it. She liked to watch it while she was at work and stuff, Holly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is so sick. So, guys, for Pig Fest, I want to do a meetup. So, if you guys, and I'm probably going to try to put a video out. I'm sorry it's taken me a while. It's just been busy. And then new information I wasn't really planning on, but I'm glad, but if we're going to plan a meetup for Saturday morning. Um, and so if you're going to Pig Fest and you want to do a meetup, because I'm trying to coordinate my trip to where I can go to certain spots, right? Like there's certain spots of interest that I want to see for myself. I want to film it for you guys, or I want to be live while I'm there. And I want to show you all these spots. And so I was coordinating that with my friends. And so little Miss Sharon, you but so we're still working on that. And of course, I want to make sure that we keep it safe because I don't want any of the cretins to show up. So we're going to do it kind of all on the down low. So if you're going to Pigfest and you want to do a meet and greet, we're going to do that on Saturday morning, um, around 10 a.m. So just kind of plan for that, and it might even be like 9:30, more like 9:30 a.m. And I'll give you guys all of the details for that. Um, so hopefully we can do that because like I said, there are certain places that I want to go. The Texas Roadhouse is going to be one of them. I want to show you guys all the lay of the land. I want to show you behind the bushes. I want to show you all of the stores and things like that that were around that could have gotten some more camera footage that's probably lost by now. It's awful. The police did not do their job. They did not follow proper protocol and procedures, in my opinion. If they did, it wouldn't have taken them a year to talk to the hoodie, right? It wouldn't have taken them a year to go seize phones from Katie again, you know? So, um, Scranton, Scranton says, Nerdy, be careful, or lady, be careful that Nerdy almost fell CP. I don't want you to see. I can't even read it. I don't want you to see that heart CP tattoo when you get back. Oh, Scranton. Oh my gosh, you guys. No, I'm hoping that it's gonna be good. I'm hoping that it's gonna be good, and we're just gonna spread awareness. I'm making the ribbons tomorrow. We're gonna do ribbons tomorrow. It's gonna be great. But of course, I'm probably gonna be live streaming. I'm gonna leave at night, you know what I mean, and drive through the night so that way there's like no traffic. And I'm better at night. See, Taylor, you guys, little bad little monkey. Wife number 6. Oh my god. Thank you. Thanks, Elisa. I try. You know what? I was married to somebody like CP though. They're very charming when they want to be. That's why I was like, well, if I sat and talked with Chris Proud for a couple hours, I mean, and then there's a certain amount of things too, or a certain amount of where somebody's willing to give you their time. You're very grateful for their time and stuff like that. So it could get, it does get skewed. I totally see that, and like I said, at this point in the case, I think that I have a bias as well. I'm willing to admit that. Bo, Veronica, charming for 5 minutes until the mask falls, though. Yeah, because little Miss Sharon, you're so right. Because the moment that the mask started to fall, you could see that Nerdy was kind of getting like, and I'm sure him and Eva were talking back and forth. He said they were, and so I'm sure they were kind of getting, um that weird, I mean, feeling where it's like, okay, something is off, something, is not right here. And again, three really important topics were off limits for some reason. It's strange, Yeah, he's gotten 5 wives somehow. Exactly, because he knows how to turn the charm on, you know. I know, I'm gonna draw one on there for you guys just as a joke. Oh no. They love bomb. They do. They do. They put you on a pedestal like you're like the best thing since sliced bread, right? Remember the mullet, the mullet. Just remember, see Taylor. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Trishy, for being here. Thank you, thank you. Sprinkle myself with holy water. I'm gonna have to hit the church up before. Oh gosh. Yes, I do perfectly and perfect boy mom. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to kind of keep it quiet because I know it's so hard. Like I just don't want people to show up and act a fool, because it's not about us. It's about Sebastian. It's just, um it's just about really spreading awareness about him. And there's a lot of places that or a lot of people I should say, and a lot of places around that maybe don't know about Sebastian, right? Not just in Hendersonville. I think a lot of them know. I mean, I will say in the nerdy video that we reviewed before, you know, people knew who Sebastian was. The lady at the boot barn did anyway. So, um, you know, but okay, perfectly perfect boy mom. Yeah, I want to meet up with you, and I know Kiki wants to meet up. I know, like, we want to. We're trying to coordinate it. It's so hard behind the scenes, but if you guys want to do that, just email me, but put in the subject line "Pig Fest" so we can get something going, together, and so we can all meet up. And any, because I don't know where everybody's staying and everything, or how long it'd take. Um, but I could always put something out on the community post. But again, I just don't want, you know, the nasties to show up because like they're not invited. And again, get some etiquette, understand where you're invited and where you're not. If there's a gathering for Sebastian and there's people there that you don't like and you were never invited to it, then maybe don't show up there because it's not courteous, it's not kind, it's not there's no manners, right? Like, where's your manners? Like, so yeah, I just, and that's the thing, we can't control other people's manners and, that they weren't raised properly to know that if you're not welcome someplace, you don't go there. I would never dream of being, going somewhere where I wasn't invited, and I'll give you guys an example, just a personal example that I was thinking the other day. Um, I'll never forget when I was sending out wedding invitations when my daughter's father and I were getting married, and I sent one invitation to his grandma's, and his uncle was living at his grandma's house, and I only sent one invitation. And, you know, uncle was upset about it, right? He's like, I didn't really get invited. And I'm like, oh my God, what are you talking about? And he's like, I never got an invitation. And I was like, oh my gosh, that was supposed to be for you, the one we sent at grandma's. And he's like, nope, nope, and he was giving me a hard time, but he was right, right. I should have probably sent two invitations, one for uncle, one for grandma. And I didn't. And so, thanks, Jackie T. I love when you guys make me laugh. But it's just kind of the way that some of us were raised, and I understood the way what he was saying about it. Like, you should have sent me an invitation because I'm a separate person than grandma, right? So it's just about being invited, and you just wouldn't dream of showing up to like a birthday party if you weren't invited or something like that. So why would you um bring your ass to some place that you weren't invited to? Like, it's weird. Like, I would never dream of it. So um I might take pictures in the bushes. Perfect, like a perfect boy mom. It'd be like the paparazzi, the reverse paparazzi, because we're not even famous, almost famous. So yes, buddy system at all times for sure. Yeah, yeah. The wedding crashers, that's funny. Oh, well, I mean, and I hope they get together and do their own thing for Sebastian. I mean, that's the thing is the whole reason why we're doing it um is because they didn't want the booth to go, to be there. And I was like, well, damn, what if we just wear Sebastian's missing flyer on our t-shirt then, and walk around the festival. So that's kind of how it came about. Sweet talking guy. you know. Oh, well, congratulations on the new job, Scranton. Yes, mom, and yes. Well, see, I have your number, so we could all get to, I could text you and everything, but I'm gonna make sure once we get down there. And then, of course, I know we didn't hit the goal completely, guys, but we got like so close, and you guys have been helping like with the super chats and stuff. So I'm still gonna do the number drawing thing. Like, it's not gonna be a drawing, but it'll be like pick a number, you know. So we'll do that probably Friday. Um, do something like that on Friday. But I want to be able to meet up with people and give you guys hugs and just, you know, um, pass out flyers for Sebastian. So we're definitely going to do that Thursday. We're going to be there for the dinner starts at 5, right? And then they have the parking lot painting thing. So I think we should all get together for that. That sort of thing. Now that is sold out for anybody that didn't get tickets for that. It's sold out. And then Saturday is the free day. I know that. But like I said, there's probably going to be a lot of different places that I'm going to want to go because I'm going to have to leave out Sunday night. So there's just going to be a lot of places that I'm going to want to show you guys and that I want to look at, that I think it would be a more, it would be spending my time there more wisely doing stuff like that and being able to show you guys and me seeing it and then reporting it back to you guys. So, but yeah, it's a public, it's a public event, and yeah, so I think it's going to be good. I don't foresee anything bad happening, but then again, I always try to be optimistic. So, um, but I love you guys all so very much, and thank you for being here with me. And we're just going to keep on trucking along with these cases. Tomorrow, I will do the late show. We're going to do ribbons, and then I will see. Yeah, it'll be awesome. Yeah, yeah. And I'm gonna do lives while I'm down there, the whole time. We'll be doing lives. I'll be filming and, getting videos put up and stuff like that. So, thanks, Bo. All right, you guys all take care. I think that you guys are the best damn group of people that I know. So, I will see you all tomorrow night.